Now we're going to start. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised this meeting is being audio-video recorded. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Please address all comments to the chair. The meeting of the Conservation Commission is being held by Zoom at the link provided in the agenda. As always, all of the agendas for all town meetings are posted in the town calendar on the town website. And if there is a Zoom meeting, the link will be a clickable link in the agenda. For this Zoom meeting ID, the meeting ID is 834-3042-3637. The passcode is 406418. And it just occurred to me, I'm going to enable our conservation administrator to make a local recording. All right. I have a comment from one member that one of the participants, there's significant echo or reverb, and I would say to that member that you're logged in twice, so that may be the reason why. To that participant. I'm Bob Pease, I'm the chairman. First thing we'll do is do a roll call of the members and the administrator to make sure we can all hear each other. Rich Birch.
Present.
Jeff Viviano will not be with us. Katie Childs.
Here.
Mike LaRouche.
Here.
Mary Wilson. Mary Wilson. I see you waving, Mary. You got a microphone problem?
I had a headphone problem. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay,
Excellent.
cool.
Thank you. Rich Tremblay.
Present.
And Anna Petrie is our conservation administrator.
Here.
Thank you, Anna. I would also mention we're already up to 41 participants. I would ask that all the participants keep themselves muted unless they've raised their hand and have been recognized by the chair, because otherwise we're listening to whatever is in the background, going on at your house. Thank you. Are there any announcements from members of the commission? I have one announcement. It says later in the meeting, it says resignation of the chair. That's me. Election of officers, and I want to make clear that I'm not resigning from the commission. I'm just resigning as chair. I'll be nominating Mary Wilson to be the chair, and I hope to continue as vice chair, and I expect to work just as hard as I have in the past to try to keep up
We just need a picture.
conservation land. Please mute yourself, Robin. To keep up the conservation land and to support Mary in her first year as chair in doing a lot of the work that needs to be done during the day when she's busy making the economy go with her job. Are there any public comments from members of the commission? Are there any public comment from members of the public? If so, please raise your hand. You raise your hand by going to the bottom of the screen, and there is a reactions panel at the bottom, and you click on raise your hand. I'm going to call on Dave McDonald.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, the board. Just got a quick comment, Bob. I want to thank you very much for everything you've done for the town and conservation. We can't express how much work you put into it personally, and you also have a lot of people who follow you. So keep that in mind. And leaders, good leaders have good followers. And I just want to say, I'm very proud to say I know you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, David. Are there any other public comments? Andy, oh, that was a thumbs up for me, Mr. Arvesky. That's not a public comment. All right. If there are no other public comments, Anna, I'm under the impression that we still do not have minutes. Am I correct?
You are correct. I'm a little bit behind on that fact due to the amount of applications that we've had recently.
Conservation.
And I'm expecting that probably we won't have minutes until our new administrative assistant starts on July 10th. Given
Probably so.
the way things are going, just to set everyone's expectations.
You're there.
At 7 o'clock, we have an appointment with Lake Shirley for a weed treatment, pre-treatment plan. Dominic, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. My name's Dominic Maringolo with Solitude Lake Management here on behalf of Lake Shirley Improvement Corporation, here to present our 2023 treatment plan. Is it okay if I share my screen?
It would be wonderful you would share your screen.
Great. All right. So as usual, we do a pre-treatment survey of the vegetation in the lake, and that survey was conducted on June 13th. We survey about 66 data points, which have historically been performed back many years to one of the first surveys of the lake. So we collect data at those points. I'm going to scroll down to show you that data table. So we collect species presence, bottom coverage or plant density and plant biomass at each data point. So you can see here all the data points listed, the plants that were present at those data points. Per the lake management plan for Lake Shirley, any point that shows either a density or biomass index of 3 or 4 out of 4 is a potential candidate for a herbicide treatment. So what we do, and I'll scroll up to the map, is we plot the data points. We show data points that have that density, density and biomass greater than 3. I also showed yellow points here, which have a density less than 3, but the biomass is greater than or equal to 3. The red dots here are non-native species, specifically curly-leaf pondweed. So based on the data, we basically propose treatment areas surrounding those points that satisfy the criteria. So the presence of curly-leaf pondweed, or points with a biomass of greater than 3, which means they're in the upper half of the water column, 4 meaning that they're topped out. So the total, so you see the treatment areas here on the map. So actually this year we're much less than usual. We total about 34.5 acres of the lake that qualify for treatment. There are a couple areas that we would qualify for treatment, but we don't decide not to treat there, basically because they're comprised of native species. They border really non-residential areas or undeveloped areas of the lake, so there's no need to manage those plants. We like to foster a good amount of native vegetation in the lake. So this year's treatments are shown here on this map. Again, they total 34.5 acres. One thing I will say is we did the survey about 3 weeks earlier this year than we have in the past, just to make sure that we were able to put the report and maps together and be able to get on your commission's calendar, as well as the town of Shirley's calendar. So and that may be one of the reasons why there's less points around the lake that qualify. But as we have the last couple of years, we would request that the commission allow us to make field changes on the day of treatment. So if we go by an area and we see that there's topped out vegetation that clearly is a 3 or a 4 biomass, that we'd be allowed to make that change in the field and treat that area, and then we would provide an updated map following the treatment. So the treatment is tentatively scheduled for July 11th. And again, the treatment would be conducted with an airboat using the Tribune diquat herbicide. There's been a lack of tape grass, which was a historical target species in Lake Shirley. There hasn't been as much of it the last few years, and really none of these areas showed significant tape grass. In those areas, if they did show tape grass, we typically would add a second product, a copper-based product called Nautique. And we would reserve the right to use that if we did see some areas of tape grass on the day of treatment, which is, again, the day of treatment's almost going to be almost a month after the survey. So there's certainly a chance to see some increases in growth in that respect. Just really briefly, so again, the lake shoreline will be posted. We'll follow the notification requirements and the order of conditions. A notice will go around to all of the lake users about the treatment and the water use restrictions. The lake will be closed to all recreation, all uses on the day of treatment. A couple areas of the lake, some folks remember, if you can see my cursor here, this particular area of the lake, this cove, is designated as a habitat management or habitat preservation zone. So we typically do not treat those areas unless we find an invasive species, which is not the case. And there's a second area over here in this cove as well. So hopefully the commission's had a chance to review the report in a little more detail. We also, this plan was also reviewed by Wendy Gendron from Aquatic Research Consultants. She did review the plan. She did ask us to check a few of the areas on the day of treatment for a couple plants that we're looking to promote in the lake, specifically coontail and Robbins pondweed. So those species were not observed during our June survey, but she asked for certain areas where there has historically been some of those plants that we do a quick check on the day of treatment to make sure that we do not see any, and if we do, not to treat that particular area, which we will do on the day of treatment. So that's really a summary. The dominant species this year was a pondweed species, thin leaf pondweed species, and also curly-leaf pondweed were really the primary targets. But there was a lot of other good plants in the lake, bladderwort, clasping leaf pondweed. So it's things are fairly typical. Again, treating much less. I think last year we treated 70 acres, and it's a 34.5. This year is probably a record for us, a record low treatment. Again, some of that may be as a result of having done the survey 3 weeks earlier than usual, but I think things are looking very good at the lake. So yeah, I'd happy to answer any questions the commission may have, or if you want to dive into a little bit more detail about any specific topic, I'd be happy to do that as well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Dominic. Are there any comments or questions from members of the commission? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? So on the day of treatment, how will you check for the two species of concerns?
Yeah, so we'll take some time. So there's 3 spots, the areas in the vicinity of points 1 through 7, which are, if we look at the map, is this area here.
Yep,
The other areas are, I'm sorry, let's see, 21, 22. So those are
yep,
down
down
here.
here.
And then over here. So what we'll do is we'll take about 10 or 15 minutes, do a bunch of rake tosses in those areas. Obviously visually look as well.
Yep.
But we'll also do some rake tosses, pull up some plants just to make sure whether or not there is the coontail or the robin's pondweed in those areas. And if we do find any specimens of those plants, we will not treat that specific area. And that's based on where we've historically seen plants. Another area which wasn't even designated for treatment this year was up here on point 44. We've also seen those species as well up there, but that was not an area that was planned for treatment this year. So
Thank you, Dominic. Are there any other comments or questions? If there are no comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion to approve this pre-treatment plan.
So moved.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have a second?
Second, Richard.
Second by Richard. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you, Dominic.
great. Thank you very much, folks. Have a good evening.
All righty then. On to our first new public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Robert Correa for the construction of a garage at 932 Flat Hill Road. DEP number 208 has not yet been issued as far as I know. Is that correct, Anna, that we don't have a DEP number for this yet?
That is correct. It hasn't been issued.
Thank you. I'm gonna call on James, has his hand up. I'm assuming he's representing the Koreas.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Terrific. I'm James Tatro from Azimuth Land Design, representing Bob Korea, the owner at 932 Flat Hill Road. The application before you is a notice of intent for his construction of a garage structure on the north side of his land, and also partly on a piece of sliver of land that he would be purchasing from an abutter. His land, again, is 932 Flat Hill Road. It's on the east side, and it has the perennial stream behind it. We had contracted with Goddard Consulting, and Nicole Hayes of Goddard Consulting went out there and flagged the limits of the mean annual high water line, and found that in this case, where there's a relatively rapid slope up from that mean annual high water line, and where we're in wonderfully nice permeable Quonset series soils, that there is not wetland beyond that mean annual high water line mark. And that, again, that's why when you look at the plan, you'll see flag marks MAHW number 1, 2, 3, etc. And that's because the wetland didn't get beyond that.
James? Would you like to share your screen so we can look at the plan while you talk about it?
I apologize, I cannot. If Anna could do that, that would be just fine. I apologize.
Anna.
I'm at somebody else's computer because mine would not work.
Anna, can you do that, or I can do it if you can't? Thank you, Anna.
There you go. So on there, you see the sort of polygon shape of the existing house at 932. Behind it, you've got the 50-foot buffer off of the resource area, which is the top of the mean annual high water line, which is also the limit in this case of wetlands. And over on the left side, you see the proposed barn structure that's partly within open yard area and partly into the scraggly woods at the edge of that. And the applicant is asking for this to be approved as a redevelopment project. This site, Mr. Correa's house dates back to about 2012, and there was a house on it some decades past that. This site existed, and there was, I'll use the term from DEP, degradation of the riparian zone well before their magical date of August of 1996. And we're asking to construct this garage structure there, and we would make an improvement to the overall situation by doing infiltration where now there is none. We're not going to work within the 50-foot buffer. The town's prescribed no work zone. We show proposed erosion control barriers to the both sides and behind the proposed structure. And it's, although we've labeled it as a barn, this is actually a garage. Should have been labeled as. And again, our basis for going forward on this is asking that this be considered a redevelopment. I know there was a email that came in from an abutter citing a bunch of different sections of the regulations, but a lot of that had to do with the normal 10% if you're not being considered a redevelopment project and other aspects that aren't necessarily relevant in this case. What we're asking for is just the construction of the barn, respecting the town's 50-foot buffer zone, and asking this be considered redevelopment of this property. So I'll just leave it at that and try to answer any questions that the commission has.
So James, can you elaborate on why you think this qualifies as a redevelopment project and any documentation you may have to support, that position?
Sure. Clearly, the area was altered previously, wasn't it in its natural state, had been cleared, topsoil moved, was not, again, just not in its natural state. And that's why we say that this would constitute a redevelopment. And again, as our benefit in doing so, we'd be infiltrating where now there is none. And this is, as I said earlier, this is terrific Quonset series soil, which is very, very permeable and appropriate for infiltration, and where infiltration should be done as much as possible.
For just speaking for myself as one member of the commission, we're going to have to continue this because you don't have a DEP number. I would suggest to you, just speaking for myself, that I would want to see documentation or photographic evidence or aerial photographs or something, to document that this was a previously disturbed area, but that's just one member.
In fact, there's a wonderful website called Historic Aerials. I will see what I can dig up from their stuff. Often they have 50 and 60-year-old aerial pictures of areas. It's really quite surprising the amount of data they've got.
I'm very familiar with historic areas.
Yeah, I will check and see what I can find here, sir.
All right. Other comments or questions from commissioners? Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did have an opportunity to walk out on the property this weekend. Yeah, and I think, and I'm not certain, but are the red marks on this designation of trees that are going to be removed, or is that something different?
Yeah, I guess you'd have to ask Anna. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I was sent this from Bob, and this is for the representation of the trees that are to be removed.
Okay. Yeah, I understand a little bit better. It seemed like that was kind of the areas where he was talking about taking out trees. So I also would like to see the evidence of, that supports the redevelopment. I'm particularly concerned about taking out a large number of trees, removing a lot of canopy in that area. So I, as one member of the commission, would be more looking to minimize the amount of tree cover that we're getting rid of there, and maybe look for some opportunities to add, or, if we can't add, recover all of it, at least some type of proposal there to recover some of that canopy that's going away. That's all for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. Any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Richard Bursch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The engineer had spoken briefly about improving the area by putting the barn in here. Can he elaborate on his plan for that? Clearing the woods and making more impervious surface within the inner riparian zone, how we're improving that?
What I said was that the improvement would be by adding infiltration. Where there is not now.
Okay, so by putting the barn in there, what are you putting in for infiltration that would be better than not having the barn there?
Well, that we would infiltrate all of the runoff from that barn roof, whereas now that runoff, that rainwater would hit the lawn and the wooded portion of the site, and most of it will run off and to the stream in the back.
Okay, so it looks like probably 20%, give or take, of the barn is in the currently lawned area. Are there any signs of erosion in this area where there's currently a problem with runoff, that it's not infiltrating naturally?
I don't know that erosion, I don't know that there is, but I'm not sure why necessarily erosion would be a sign that water is not infiltrating.
Well, it would be a sign of an issue that you're trying to improve. If there's no erosion, then generally the water is either running off naturally or infiltrating naturally. And where most of this is under the canopy that's currently there, I just wanted to see how you were improving it. And I take it the structure there to the, that looks like a 4-chambered structure is where you're infiltrating?
I would just want to note here, and again, we're going to have to come back, that actually, as I look close at it, that's not the actual plan that was submitted. That one is a little different. It doesn't show any of the proposed grading adjacent to that structure. It's close to that same area, but I just would note that unfortunately the plan on the screen before you is not the operative one.
We do have other plans in the drive for reference for the other commissioners. I just brought this one up just to represent the trees. So it's just recently sent to me. This is just representing the trees and just kind of like a general overlay of the project.
Sure. I'm sorry to the commission member who has asked that question. I apologize for jumping off your question. Could you please repeat it? I'll try to answer. I just wanted to note that I realized I wasn't looking at the right plan.
All right, yeah, I do have a second plan up that it looks like the barn has rotated slightly counterclockwise, though the dimensions don't seem to line up properly. And so how are we getting to this barn? Are we again clearing trees and putting in a driveway to it, or are we just going over the grass?
Through a gravel drive off the front left of the barn. You can see even on that plan in front of you, a dashed dot line.
Yep.
Yep, out to the pavement in the road.
Okay, is there currently a gravel drive now, or is that wooded and natural?
That is a degree of wooded natural, yes.
Okay, so we're adding a compressed gravel drive as well as the barn on the site?
Yes.
Okay. Do you happen, and forgive me if it's in there and I haven't seen it, do you have a pre and post development figure for work and disturbance in the inner riparian and the outer riparian?
We actually have it in the Wetland Protection Act. I believe it was 7,900 square feet of riverfront area disturbance.
Current or post development?
That was what is proposed. Current, if you want to get technical, all of the yard area of the Korea's yard would count as to some degree disturbance.
Yep. And what is it pre-development of this barn?
I only have the differential figure that the proposed alteration is 7,900 square feet.
Okay. And when we add these two properties together, how much in the inner riparian do we have total to work with?
Hold on. Apologize. Well, the total riverfront on the site is 49,700 from the Wetland Protection Act filing, but I'm sorry, I don't have the dimension at hand of how much is inner riparian zone and how much is outer. The red line that you see there, about 2/3 of the way from the back of the property towards Flat Hill Road, is the limit of the inner riparian zone. So most of the riparian zone on this property is inner riparian zone.
So 2/3 of the property probably, give or take.
Yeah.
70%.
That's a fair estimate, yeah.
Okay. So the number that you're looking in this development would exceed the 10% itself, not including any pre-development disturbance.
Correct, and that's why the basis on which we're asking for this to be approved is as redevelopment and not going through the 10%, because as you're alluding to, that the normal 10% maximum alteration also prescribes that you avoid any alteration of the inner riparian zone. And the inner riparian zone, the red line with the 2 dots to it, it is only slightly off of you also see required setback on the right side. So there's actually not space to really do anything between the inner riparian zone and the required setback.
Mhm.
One other factor here too is you also see in front of I'll call it between the right front corner of the proposed garage and the street, you see a notation of PVC vent pipe. That's the vent pipe from the septic system, yep, in that area. That's the vent pipe for the septic system leaching area. So that's also something we have to, the septic system leaching area, something we've got to maintain setback to.
Okay. Yeah, and I too would be interested in the historical data that you would show. I did happen to just look on Mass Mapper when I was prepping for the meeting and go back to 2001, and it looks like there's a 400 square foot house somewhere on this lot, and that was about it. It looked pretty treed and natural, at least back at the turn of the century. So
Yep.
I don't see any proof that this is a redevelopment in this area for sure. So, but that answers my questions for right now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Before I open it up to members of the public, I have another additional comment. It seems to me that, we should be provided with, how much disturbance is there presently in the inner and outer riparian zone, and what's the percentage disturbance, and how much is being proposed, and what's the percentage disturbance, with the proposed added in. And I'd also say that to me, this project goes nowhere without, it being considered a redevelopment project. And so to me, you need proof beyond a shadow of a doubt, you know, speaking just for myself. Proof beyond a shadow of a doubt, you know, that this is a redevelopment project. Are there any comments or questions from members of the public? Is there anything else we want from the applicant above between now and the next? Oh, we have a member of the public, Mike Toohill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael Toohill. I'm in a butter at 41 Stone Fence Road. I'm also a professional wetland scientist, certified ecologist, and certified ecological restoration practitioner. I've been doing Wetland Protection Act filings for public and private clients since 1986. And I've done a lot of work under the Rivers Act. As some of the commissioners have noted, there's a doubt as to whether or not this actually qualifies as a redevelopment project. There are very specific requirements and land types that qualify as redevelopment. This site does not qualify under any of those. I did submit a comment letter, which I sent to the applicant and I sent to the commission. And that has the citations from the regulations with regard to redevelopment and with regard to work in the inner and outer riparian zone. One thing I do want to note is that there's a 65-foot, I think it's a 50-foot buffer setback shown on the plan. The buffer setback under the Lunenburg bylaw is a buffer of resource areas. So there really is no buffer out there. It's completely inner riparian zone and outer riparian zone. Is where this project is proposed. So this needs to be considered just under the riverfront regulations of 1058, especially 1058-4, as opposed to 1058-5 redevelopment, because it just doesn't seem to qualify as redevelopment. But I do have my comments in the record, and I'll certainly try to be at the next meeting. I'm actually on the Brockton Conservation Commission meeting right now, representing a client. So I'm going to dive off and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Michael. Any other comments from the public? If there are no comments, I'm looking for a motion to continue.
Mr. Chairman, I would request a continuance to your next meeting.
And our next meeting is July 5th at 7 p.m. So I'm looking for a motion to continue this hearing until July 5th.
So moved.
Thank you, Mike. We have a second?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair, to Mr.
Absolutely.
I believe under the local wetlands protection bylaw, we do consider perennial streams as resource areas. Therefore, our buffer zones are in place to the resource area as listed under the Lunenburg Wetland Protection bylaw.
Thank you for that clarification, Richard.
Thank you. And I would second that motion for the continuance.
Thank you so much, Richard. Are there any further discussion before we vote on this motion? By anyone?
Mr. Chairman,
Go
Mary
ahead.
Wilson here. I'm wondering if that letter from Mike Toohill has made it into our shared drive, and if it has, maybe Anna could send me a link to it, and if it hasn't, maybe Anna could get it in there for us to review.
Anna?
It should have been posted to the Google Drive. I'll double check right after I stop screen sharing and share it to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a requested determination of accessibility by Kate Jackson for the tree removal and maintenance at 1338 Lancaster Avenue. Is there anyone here representing this applicant?
Hi, I'm Kate.
Kate Jackson.
Hello.
Kate, do you have the ability to share your screen or would you like Anna to do it?
There we are. We got it up.
Oh, you do? All right, so you can, if you go down the bottom of the screen, it says share my screen. Go down the bottom of the Zoom screen.
Share screen, right?
Yep. And you gotta choose the screen you're sharing. Ah, there we go. Oh, now we're looking at your Zoom screen. You gotta choose the screen you want to share with us.
I thought we were up here. I can see my video.
Well, but we're looking at where it says Zoom. You've got several screens open. And one of them is Zoom. You want to take and go back to share my screen. And if we can't pull this off pretty soon, then we'll do it from our end. If you want to go back to share my screen and click on it, and it should show you a variety of screens, give you all the open windows on your computer, you know.
Yeah, it was there. It says I'm screen sharing.
You are screen sharing, but what we're looking at is where it's just a big word that says Zoom. We're not looking at the correct, you have several windows open on your screen, on your computer. And one of them is this Zoom window, and we want to look at the window with the plan.
Okay, I didn't know I was supposed to have a plan ready. I submitted that.
Oh, you did?
I did,
well,
yes. So maybe you guys can share it.
All right, well, then
can't
I'm gonna stop screen sharing right now.
Great, thank you.
And then I'm gonna re-enable screen sharing. And Anna, can you do that, or do you need me to do it?
I can do it. Hold on.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much, Anna.
Am I sharing?
You are. Mary and Rich, did you do a site walk here?
We did, sir.
Yes, we did.
Wonderful. Can you tell us what you saw?
Rich, why don't you go first?
Go ahead, Rich.
Can hear me.
Rich, can you tell us what you saw on the site visit?
Sure, we'll make an attempt. We did visit the property on Saturday, and the dots on this document that you're looking at on the screen show trees, very, very heavily covered in trees in this area, very dense. A lot of the trees are leaning towards the house, or the branches are hanging out into the yard and over towards the house. We didn't see a lot of dead trees that I recall. And what they're looking to do is to remove a lot of these trees, hopefully just trim a few of them, and try to open up that area of their yard back there so they can develop, I guess, like Grassley was saying or something when I was there.
Thank you, Rich. You have anything to add, Mary? How many trees would remain?
Oh, wow. So it's between Easterbrook, all of those stream areas and the buildings or the line of trees, it's forested.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can share a near map. I brought up the near map.
that would be,
Ariel,
yeah, that would be
I'll give
great.
it.
Super.
Hold on. Yeah,
Yeah, there we go.
this is. And kind of where I did like this measurement out is the one tree that is probably the closest. There might be because the stream kind of wraps around, as you can see. But this is a pine tree, a white pine that's kind of tucked into there. That is on the brink of dying. But anyway, that's the closest. On the plans, it shows that it's 80 feet from the stream. But when I walked out, I was measuring it I kind of gave to the bordering vegetative area, and that is, I stopped at the 67 foot. That's kind of where the ferns kind of stopped at that point. So that would be the closest tree, and then the trees continue to wrap around this yard and into the sheds and other structures that are there. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, here's the pine right here. And then the stream.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Richard Bursch.
So in looking at it, Easter Brook is a named perennial stream that is on the plan, but there's also another perennial stream that scoots around and follows the property line to the back of the house.
Yeah, and it showed up real good on that map, on that near map.
And it is on the USGS, so while I don't really have a huge problem, especially around the two structures, making sure that there's trees, if they're endangering the structures, taking them out, I would not be in favor of increasing any of the cleared or lawn space, because that is the inner riparian zone within 100 feet of Easter Brook and that no-named perennial stream. So I personally would not recommend allowing any further encroachment into that riparian zone at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mary again. So I saw very much the same thing that Richard Tremblay saw out there. So a lot of those trees look pretty healthy. There are some that are close to those buildings. I really hesitate to remove any canopy unless there is a clear threat to a building, and especially in this area and being so close to those streams and in the riverfront area. I would be more inclined to allow them to remove trees that are dead and dying, and then to do, some limb trimming to reduce overhangs and whatnot.
Thank you, Mary. Anything else, Mary?
That's all for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments from questions from commissioners? Where I come down on this is, I'd be inclined to take and allow them to remove the trees that are near the structures, whether they look ill or not, because trees have a habit of falling down when you least expect it, especially white pines. I don't know what the species are. It didn't look like there was any other white pines other than the one on the front from the near map thing.
It was mostly hardwoods.
Yeah, mostly hardwoods. That's what I thought, because it looked like it was all deciduous from the winter. Any comments or questions from the public on this?
Yes, sir, Bob. This is Patrick Ryan.
Go ahead.
The ones near the house that you guys are worried about in the riparian zone, they are leaning, they're leaning toward the house pretty well. The limbs are huge. Some of them are dying. We pick up limbs constantly. They're big giant limbs falling off these constantly, branches. Of course, all around the sheds, they're detrimental. But the ones near the house on that line, they're pretty bad. And there's some small ones and there's some large ones, and some are dead, and some are dying. We'd really like to take those down. They're becoming a hazard. They're scaring us sometimes when these storms come and these winds come. They really move around quite a bit.
2 feet from the house now.
So I'd like to just throw that in there. The only reason we're taking these down, they're at the edge of the tree line, and we're just trying to keep these things from falling on the house and the yard. And eventually we might want to put up a fence down in that area if possible. And, you know, we don't want to go through all this work and have things get crushed and, you know, have to redo things at a cost.
Well, you need to, Rich Tremblay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, would it be possible just to prune or limb some of those trees where those branches
done.
hang over into the yard that we saw and not remove the entire tree?
We can, you know, I don't know how much we can prune before we, you know, cause harm to the trees and, you know, my thought was, if we got rid of these, it would let, you know, some of these other trees that are behind it, you know, flourish a little bit because I
There's
mean,
no sunlight.
there's no sunlight in there. It's pretty
all.
dense. Well, you guys saw it. You guys were out. We just really didn't think it was too detrimental to take them down other than just pruning them. You know, they're still there and some of them are leaning pretty good. The ones that are really leaning, I would really like to take them down. It's hard to say. I mean, you guys were out there, but not everybody else was. You can see that some were leaning pretty bad and some were dead. Some of the smaller ones anyway.
So Mr. Jackson, what I propose to do now is something called the straw poll, which is go through and ask all the members, you know, how they feel about this. I have a suspicion that if we're going to take the vote right now, you wouldn't like the outcome, but I just want to confirm that. And if that is the case, I'm going to suggest that you take and revisit the trees that you want to take down, taking into consideration some of the comments that you hear tonight, and you know, and that we continue this until the next meeting, and that you present us with a new map. But first, I'm going to do a straw poll. We're going to start with Rich. What are your thoughts, Rich?
Unfortunately, I was not out on site. Again, as with you, trees that are clearly a hazard to any of the structures, I would not be opposed to limbing to either create them or make that safe canopy, or if they are dead, to have them removed. Definitely, though, no clearing, removal of stumps, or any expansion of the lawn area out into areas where we're removing the trees. And unfortunately, I would like to see it continued so that we could have an exact diagram of what trees we were going to be taking out if we're going to be picking and choosing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rich. Katie Childs, what are your thoughts?
Rich kind of nailed it on the head, what I was thinking. Yeah, definitely take down the, you know, dead trees that are near the buildings, limb if they're nice and healthy, but I want to see, well, I guess it's my last meeting, but just want to see, would want to see further documentation of which specific trees.
Thank you, Mary.
So I would only like to see trees that are dead or dying removed. Other trees, I'm happy to see them, you know, limbed to do limb maintenance. Anything that's, you know, overhanging and a threat to the two outbuildings in the back, I'm okay with taking down some of those trees. Again, aligned with Rich. I don't want to see any expansion of the grass line in and around behind those buildings, nor the stumps removed. And I also kind of question whether we are even authorized to permit them to take down. I mean, this drawing seems to show trees that are on the other parcel. I don't know if we're allowed to grant permission in that case.
Boy, that's an excellent point, Mary, that I hadn't even thought about. Rich Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in agreement with Mary's comments. The dead trees have to go. The ones that are affecting those outbuildings are a problem. Some of those definitely need to be looked at. And I think we can do a little pruning to make sure that the other structures will be safe. Those are my thoughts.
And at a minimum, we have to see a map that shows any trees that are being taken down or on your property. We can't give you permission to take down trees on somebody else's property. So Do you have any questions, Mr. Jackson? Because I'm gonna take a vote in a minute to continue this until our next meeting on July 5th. And before that, I want to make sure that you know that you have any questions.
I do, yes. There was no intention of increasing any of the lawn whatsoever. I
Okay.
just wanted to get the grass to grow that's there, because it's very mossy. I was not intending on pulling out any stumps whatsoever. So there's no intention of increasing any grassy area. That was never the intention. Like I said, just to fix up what was there, some of the grass
What about the house?
that's eroding. And again, yeah, these are all about, these are all about the hazards to the home. Of course, the sheds and the outbuildings. So we'll have to mark them out. I mean, we marked them out. I don't know what sort of plan that you might want,
We do have
pictures,
permission.
things. And I do have permission from the neighboring lot. I've spoke with him on a
The
couple of
landowner.
occasions, and he said it was fine to do whatever we needed, and wanted to do. He had no issues with that whatsoever. If you need something in writing, I'm sure I can get something from him. But he has no issue with that whatsoever. So.
All right, we absolutely would need something in writing at a minimum. So,
That's not a problem.
Not really.
thank you. I'm looking for a motion to continue to July 5th.
So moved.
Second.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Bob and Megan Elliott for the construction of a garage and removal of existing sheds along a portion of the existing driveway at 1155 Mass Ave, and it appears as though it does not yet have a DEP number. Do we have someone here for this application?
Mr. Chair, Greg Roy with Dillson Roy. I'm here representing the applicant this evening.
Thank you so much, Greg. Would you like to share your screen and take us through this application?
Yes, sir. Bear with me.
I also would like to note there has been a DEP number issued for this property recently. It's 2081297, and there was no comments.
2812. So we could actually vote on this if we liked everything we saw.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, no pressure.
Come on. Greg, go
Yeah,
for it.
no, thank you, Ann. I was going to mention that, but yes, we did receive the DEP number with no comment. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. Can you all see the screen?
Yeah, it's a little small, but we can see it.
Yeah, let me see if I can fix that. How's that? A little better? Okay, so again, for the record, my name is Greg Roy with Dillson Roy. I'm representing the Elliots this evening at 1155 Mass Ave. For those of you who haven't been to the site, as you're traveling east on Mass Ave out of the center and you go past the high school and you start going down the hill, it's a little more than halfway down the hill on the left is where this property is. The applicants would like to construct a garage, a detached garage structure on the property. The Mass Ave, which is not labeled, I apologize for that, but is down in this portion of the site down here where my cursor is. The driveway comes in right here and ends just about at this point where we're proposing the new garage structure. The existing house is shown over here in the polygon, the hatched polygon area. And then at the bottom of a fairly steep slope is a very well-defined wetland system, which is actually standing water for currently until, except in portions of the summer where it's fairly dry. But the wetland system is down here and it's shown in blue hatching. The 30-foot no build zone I've highlighted in red. It's this first line right here, which you can see. The excuse me, 30-foot no disturb, and the 50-foot no build is the next line in, which I've tried to highlight in yellow. It's a little difficult to see. The limit of clearing as you come into the site is right at the edge of the driveway. This green area actually is existing pavement today. And I'll talk a little bit more about our proposal in a minute. But the edge of the woods line and the disturbed area is right, hugs that driveway, and then continues straight back along the line where we're showing our proposed erosion control barrier. All of this area in here where we're proposing to put the garage structure is currently disturbed and used as it's sort of lawn in kind of poor condition. There's an existing shed structure back here, which is shown in the black rectangle. And there's, you know, there's a vinyl storage structure down in this area here on top of the existing driveway. So the proposed garage, which is 22 by 50, is this rectangle right here. We had some site constraints other than wetlands to deal with. The existing leaching field is shown here in the rectangle. We have to maintain 20 feet from that leaching area with any proposed structure. So we've put that we've tucked the new structure as close to that leaching field as we could. We went out and we located the limits of the leaching field so that we could be sure where it is. And the applicant actually wanted to construct a wider structure. They were hoping to construct something that was more like a 50 by 30 foot structure. But with the location of the wetlands and the associated 50-foot no build zone, we thought that we were going to run afoul of your local wetland regulations. Even as proposed, we are in fact proposing work within a new structure within the 50-foot no build zone. However, we dare ask you for a waiver to that because of the mitigation that we are proposing on the site. And let me go over that now. The first thing that we're proposing to do, of course, is to site this structure completely within disturbed area. There's in fact no trees that need to come down as a result of building this structure. So we're putting it in an area that's previously been disturbed and is currently being used as improved areas of the site. The second thing we're proposing to do is to take out a section of the paved driveway. So in green, we're proposing to saw cut that paved area and take that pavement out of the equation. So that pavement edge is right along the edge of the top of the slope, and we would essentially be providing a 10 to 15 foot buffer between the edge of the pavement and where the break in the slope would occur. So there'd be a green space between the pavement and the edge of that slope, which would provide a much better protection to the down gradient wetland from runoff that would be coming off that driveway. So that area is equal in size. It's 425 square feet, and it matches the amount of building that we're proposing within the 50-foot no touch zone or no build zone, excuse me. So what we're proposing to you is to do more or less a swap of impervious area. We would be indeed creating additional structure within your 50-foot no build zone, but we would be removing a comparative and equal amount of impervious surface that's in fact even closer to the wetland resource area. So the net result would be the same amount of impervious cover on the site, but it would be slightly further away from the wetland as it exists today. And we would be replacing paved areas with roof areas, so you wouldn't have the same characteristic of stormwater runoff that you would have from a paved area where you have vehicles parked on it and the like. The third thing we're proposing to do, in addition to making sure that the impervious area stays the same on the property within the 50-foot buffer, is we're proposing to completely infiltrate the runoff from the roof areas. So in the back of the of the proposed structure, we're proposing an underground recharge system, which would pick up the runoff from the westerly side of the roof. And then on the easterly side of the roof, we're proposing a drip line recharge trench that would pick up the runoff from the roof on that easterly side and infiltrate it directly into the ground. So effectively, we would be matching, if not improving, the recharge characteristics on the site in virtue of the fact that we're infiltrating the new roof and we're effectively removing that section of pavement. We have, of course, shown erosion control barrier. We've shown that right along the edge of the existing disturbed area, so we would not be proposing any tree removal for that. It would be right at the top of the slope. And I think the rest of the site would be really pretty minimal grading. We're proposing to really tuck this into the existing grades using the foundation. So we would be stepping the foundation up on the side of the site near the septic system so that we could keep those grades fairly consistent. I think I will leave it at that. I know some of you have been to the site and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have one question. How does the removal of the shed figure in your calculation about removal of present impervious surface?
It would be, we did not include that in the, it would just be a bonus. We didn't include that in the comparative analysis. We just matched the impervious area in red with green, but we would effectively be removing another 80 square feet. So there'd be a net benefit of a net increase in impervious area if you include the shed. And we do intend to remove the shed.
Well, that's good, because that's what you're proposing to us on the plan, so.
Yes,
And the infiltration.
I could never, yeah.
We'll go right underneath it, so we kind of
Yeah.
a neat trick to do it, anything else.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Rich Birsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg, just a couple quick questions. On your plan that you've colored in, the green space is the 425 square feet? Or the full removal of the blacktop is 425 square feet?
The green space is 420 square feet, and that is all blacktop that would be coming out, but it would just be coming out within that green space, and that is equal to 425 square feet.
Okay, but just because it looks like there's area that's currently blacktop, but it will be in the proposed garage. So I just wanted to make sure that the
That
blacktop.
wasn't, I didn't count that, Rich. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't count that. Yep.
Question 2, how are you going to stop encroachment back into that area where we're removing the blacktop and trying to make a more permeable surface?
That's a great question.
I just myself hate to see us get rid of the blacktop and just still have crushed packed gravel with all of the vehicles and frames and carcasses and everything else put back there.
Sure.
Then it's really not a trade of impervious surface for improved surface. So
That you want to make. Yeah. Well, the plan before you is to completely pull that out into loam and seed it. Okay. You know, the commission in the past has certainly looked for some permanent demarcation and things like that, which, you know, would be in your purview to ask for. And I will say the intention of the applicants with the construction of this building is to get all of that stuff inside a building. So they no longer want to have those chassis and things that are being stored out in the yard. They want to have those in the garage structure, which of course I think would be a net benefit, not only to them but also to the environment. So that's the whole intention. Would be to sort of get everything inside so that it can be worked on and not outside in the you know, where folks can see it, frankly. So but you know, if the commission may want to if you were so inclined to to issue an order of conditions, you may want to consider, and I guess I wouldn't blame you if you did, to put some sort of condition that would require some kind of permanent demarcation, but I certainly don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it is a reasonable ask if we can, make sure that we don't lose that area back to what it is today, just without blacktop. And so I take it, looking at the garage is just going to have a single centered door for
Correct.
entry.
Correct.
Okay. So are they still going to be trying to get around the garage, or is it going to be lawned right up to the western side of the garage? Just because it looks like they kind of use that space out where the shed's coming out.
Yeah, I think that we would intend to, the westerly side for sure would be maintained as lawn. That's kind of the, connection directly to the backyard. I think our intention would be just to restore everything that's disturbed, upgrading of the, once we construct the stormwater infiltration area, pull out the shed, construct the stormwater infiltration area, we would loam and seed that area. Again, I know that it's in your 50-foot zone, but it's not. There's no work proposed anywhere on the site within your 30-foot no touch zone. So we would be maintaining that naturalized 30-foot zone. We're not proposing to change the wood line any, so we would just be restoring that with loam and seed.
Okay, so the chassis and things out back there with the old shed, that's all going to come out.
Yes,
Filtration
that's correct.
trenches will go in and become loamed and seeded.
That's correct.
Basically allowed to be fallow. So, okay. Yeah, other than some sort of permanent demarcation to stop parking and snow piling and things like that, so that we do get that 425 square feet in exchange, it's definitely worth considering as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any questions or comments from members of the public? James Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the personal representative, otherwise known as the executor, for the Bertha Patton estate adjacent to the property to the west. So I'm responsible for that property currently. I am in favor of this project. I recommend approval.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I'm looking at near map as we speak, and I don't see these vehicles you're talking about, but that's okay.
Oh, Bob, they're in the pictures on the drive.
Oh, they are. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think Greg can attest to them. There's definitely a multitude of things out there.
I was there.
Yeah, they're out there.
All right, thank you. Well, they don't show up on your map.
Well, there's a canopy that overhangs, so you probably.
Well, not on your map. There are no leaves on the trees.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the date on the
it's a
image
satellite
is, but
picture.
they're
All right.
out there now.
Thank you. If there are no comments or questions from commissioners and members of the public, at this point, based on what I've heard, I'd be looking for a motion to approve with a condition that with some kind of condition that the author of the motion could make to permanently make sure that we're not parking vehicles and stuff over there on this new green space.
I'd make a motion for approval with the added condition that there are boulders roughly 2 foot by 2 foot placed at 10-foot intervals along the western side of where the pavement is being removed, for the intentions of ensuring that that area be allowed to be fallowed and not be parked on or have excess snow piled on it.
Thank you. Do we have a second for this motion?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Have a good night, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see you in a few.
Oh, okay. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. In the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Michael Mascarelli for tree removal at 131 Island Road. Is someone, I see Mike's smiling face.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello, Michael.
Thank you for hearing us this evening, and thank you to those members that made the site visit on Saturday as well. We're going to share a screen here just to bring up a diagram of the property, and this is a diagram that was updated within recent days and emailed to Anna last evening, I believe. What you're looking at is not professionally engineered. It's to the best of my abilities, along with some help from one of my children. So the setbacks are, again, to the best of my abilities here that we're showing. I am here this evening really born out of two factors. One was the start of a future addition to our home. With that addition, we would need to be redoing our septic, which is currently waiting on approval at the permit level. Dan Proctor has that plan engineered and has that at the Board of Health now, and hopefully that will be installed later this summer. The future addition is probably something that we'd be looking to do next summer. More importantly than any construction or any septic is our damage to our property that we've received over the past 20 years that we've been here. About 4 months in, we've had a tree that fell that took our electrical service off. We've had 2 other healthy trees that have fallen. This picture here is the most recent that you see here, damaging our property. So there's been 3 claims made insurance-wise on the home, as well as 4 claims made on 4 separate cars. As you see in the diagram, we have an awful lot that are not only right up against the house, but also right on top of the driveway as well. So we really do struggle with it. I'll be very honest, we don't get a lot of sleep here in this house on nights where there's any type of wind or any type of heavy snow, because it is constant, and it is constant just up until last week. We had a branch down right alongside the driveway just last week. So that's what brings us here this evening. And I'd like to entertain any questions or concerns that you or the board members may have.
Thank you so much. Do we have any comments or questions from members of the commission? Rich Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, Mike, it's the red dots that we're looking to remove?
Yes, the red dots are the ones that we'd be looking to remove. The green dots are the ones that would be the existing trees that would be staying.
Okay. And you're aware that at the time prior to construction of the addition, you have to come in and file for that?
Right, exactly. Yep. We'd go through all that at that time as well.
Do you have any proposal for replacing any of these trees, Mike?
Not at this time. I do, I do have some thoughts, and I certainly would be able to lay those out to you if that's something that you wish to see. We have some border issues on one side that I'd really like to really see covered a little bit better, and I'd love to see some plantings along those lines in there. So I'm open to suggestions or whatever you might think that would be helpful.
Okay, it looks to me like, pretty much all of the trees are coming out in that envelope. There's none that are staying other than the few green ones.
The green ones, correct.
Yeah, so there's just a lot of canopy coming out there, so I myself would just like to see some attempt for green space put back in there
Yep.
so that you don't have erosion problems, because it looks like a pretty thick canopy now.
Mm-hmm.
So opening this up, you will start to get some green flourishing. So we just want to make sure that we encourage that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that was all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Mary Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have a benefit of walking out on the property on Saturday. And there are a lot of trees that they're trying to remove. One question I had for Anna, Mr. Chairman, is that one of those trees that was marked looked very close to, looked like it was within the 30. And I wanted to know if Anna had had a chance to get out there and actually measure. Not within the 30, I'm sorry, but within the 50, not on the line of the 50.
So I didn't have time to go back out to the site after our site walk, but on the site walk on Saturday, I did pace it from the closest tree that is like directly pretty much behind the 50-foot setback. I walked from that tree right to the water. And from my paces, it seems that it's probably more inside the 50, definitely outside the 30. It's definitely outside the 30 and still is set like off from that shed. But I would say that is closer to being inside the 50, rather outside the 50, just from my pacing to the water. But I did not get to go out afterwards and take a tape to it and actually walk that.
Okay, Anna, thank you. Yeah, I know we're still a man down, missing a resource in the office. Thank you for that.
Yep.
So now that I see the plan, I have a little bit better understanding of what's going on. I also would like to see a plan to some consideration to put back some trees because this is pretty extensive canopy coming out of there. Trees that aren't going to be in the area of the proposed future work. I'm not real aligned with taking those out, particularly not if they're healthy. There was one that I saw that was really leaning a lot over the neighbor's yard, in their dwelling, and that we'd want to take out anything that's not healthy. I'm okay with taking out, but I'd like to see better granularity on the plans about what's healthy and what's not healthy. And, anything that's not affecting your proposed structure as in the way, I would recommend that it be limbed and that you continue that limb maintenance year over year. That's, again, I'm only one person on the commission, but that's my thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Rich Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see the plan modified as well to actually show the 30 and the 50-foot setbacks. I'm looking at the shoreline here, and it's anything but straight. And the 30 and 50 just seem to go right straight across, and that can't be accurate. If we're going to put the plantings and do the other corrections, I'd like to see that setback line correct a little if possible. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? My comment is I always lean toward the applicant who wants to take and lean into the applicant in favor of anybody who wants to take down trees that pose a safety hazard. And it seems to me from the pictures we've seen, there's a lot of safety hazards going on here. And so that's my general approach. Having heard from everyone, the other commissioners, it sounds like if we're gonna get to a majority of yes votes that the applicant might benefit from a continuance in which we give them 2 weeks to take and redraw the setbacks, provide us so that they follow the curve of the edge of the wetlands, to take in provide an exact measurement to the closest tree to the edge of the wood, to the edge of the lake, and to perhaps propose some tree replantings so for the commission to consider. Mike, what do you think of that?
Nope, I'm completely fine with that. Yep, I can certainly, as I mentioned to you, we certainly have some thoughts on where we'd like to see some plantings, and I can lay those out to you folks, and there's no worries there. And we can try to get a little bit better idea for you on the setbacks as well.
Okay. Is there anything else we should ask Mike to do before you guys meet again on July 5th? With that, then I'm looking for a motion for a continuance until July 5th.
So moved.
Thank you, Richard. We have a second?
Second.
Second for Mary.
Second by
Roll
Mary.
call. Mary call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye, I'm back.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All righty. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, and Section 40 is amended. In the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination of applicability by Teresa Arapano for tree removal at 292 Sunset Lane.
Hello.
Teresa Arapano, I see you there
Yes.
on my screen. Teresa, do you have a plan that you submitted, and would you like us to share the screen? Were you prepared to share your screen?
If Anna could, because I'm on an iPad, but I had a plan set, and then they asked me to do some 30 and 50 foot markings. So I have 2 forms actually.
And so, okay, Anna has.
I'm gonna share the most recent submittal.
All right.
There's my drawing. So if you go to the down by the road, there's 5 or 6 trees that I do want to cut down. The closest to the road, there's a bigger one and a smaller one. The smaller one definitely needs to come down, but the bigger one we're trying to save. When they start trimming that, they're going to look and see if it does actually have to come down, but its roots are starting to come up out of the ground. Then behind the temporary cover shelter, if you will, there is definitely one dead, and the other one just dropped a branch, which demolished the shed, the temporary. And then in between the shed and the temporary, there is another tree where we had a branch on the shed, so come down. So we're looking to have them cut down.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the commission? So these look like the closest one is probably 67 feet from the edge of the wetlands.
Yeah.
Okay. Any comments or questions from members of the commission? Any comments or questions? Oh, Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have the benefit of walking out there this weekend. There's a considerable slope going down to the water line. I don't understand the drawing, I don't think, because it seems like the 50-foot line and the 30-foot line don't parallel each other at all.
I
If you-
picked that up.
Yeah, when I started the drawing, if you go to the other form that I submitted, the actual plan, when I made my draft, I followed the line of the plan. And the water actually goes up to the right, out to the water. So that's why when I went to the 50-foot mark, that is the correct angle.
So
So
are
the-
you saying that both the 30-foot line and the edge of the water is not accurate here?
Yes, if you take the 30-foot in the middle and move it up parallel, the 30-foot deck mark on the right, that is correct. That's all terraced. The 30-foot and that natural path should come up about an inch towards the road from this map.
Mary?
Yeah, I'm trying to digest that and was going on the drive to look and get maybe a better reference.
Like from
Yeah.
the map, I couldn't get a reference. That's why. From the plot, I guess.
Okay. So, no more questions for me right now. I'm gonna, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go call up Mass Mapper and go look there.
Okay, Rich Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at that 50-foot line,
Mhm.
is that accurate to the best of your knowledge?
I know it's accurate because what I did was where it's terraced down, there's the water to the wall, that was 16.8. Then I went from the to the deck, that's 16.8, excuse me. From the wall at the water to the deck was 16.8. Then the deck is 13.6 inches. Then there's another wall at the deck that goes to grass, and that was 21.9. And at that second wall, the terrace, it was 50 feet. And then from the wall to the end of the shed was the total of 17 feet to 70 feet. So I know that that is accurate. Those numbers are accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any
I
other?
wasn't, oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I just want to say, I wasn't able to measure exactly from the trees down to the water because it's a steep slope and it's heavily wooded. So I wasn't able to get down there and measure. That's why I went to the terrace part and went over.
Any other comments or questions from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I just looked up the property on Mass Mapper, which is the DEP website for wetlands.
Yep.
And just doing a measurement off of their, edge of the lake up into that area, the measurements to the trees in question seems somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, I'm also looking, I looked at both near map and at CAI GIS I'm using the measurement tool on CAI GIS, and it looks reasonable to me too. Any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Any questions or comments from members of the public? I would just say I have, speaking for myself as one member of the commission, I have no trouble with this proposal. The trees are fairly far away from the resource area. And we've routinely approved such requests, in the past. So Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Rich Burst, do we have a second?
Second, Richard.
Okay, a motion and second, roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Thank you. A special thank you to Anna. She's been great.
Great to hear. We think so too. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. The Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on notice of intent by Dan Proctor for the construction of a replacement septic system at 1074 Lancaster Avenue. Anna, does this have a DEP number yet?
Does not.
It does not. Oh, and Greg, are you representing this? You
Yes,
are,
I'm here. I am representing this. I'm here with Dan.
Oh, okay.
But I think I'm supposed to speak first.
All right, why don't you
That's
speak
correct.
first then?
Okay, Greg Roy with Dillis and Roy, representing the applicant this evening. I'm going to share my screen. Bear with me. Okay. Okay, so the project is at 1074 Lancaster Ave. It is a repair septic system project. There's only 4 or 5 houses on Massapog. So it's that cluster right across from Stillman's, if you're all familiar with it. And it's the second house, from there's only one house south of it on Massapog.
Yeah,
Pond, so that if that orientates you.
this must be the one that just sold.
I believe it's had a for sale sign. I'm not
Yep.
sure if it's sold, but I know it's been for sale. And very small lot. So challenging to fit a septic system on the property, but we did, we do have something that we have before you. So we're proposing to put the septic system right in the middle of the lot. Massapog is of course shown in blue here. The limit of your 30-foot no touch zone is in red, and the limit of the 50-foot no build zone is in yellow. This heavier dashed black line here is the limit of the buffer zone, which goes basically through the middle of the house, which is shown here in this almost rectangular polygon. The heavy black lines are the property lines, so you can see that it's a fairly small lot. We are proposing an IA septic system, which stands for Innovative and Alternative Septic System. And actually, we're using innovative and alternative technology for both the leaching system and also doing enhanced treatment with one of the septic tanks to enhance the nitrogen removal on the property, given the proximity to the water, but also by necessity, we're less than 100 feet to abutting wells and the well for the property. So we're providing that enhanced IA treatment. So really only one place on the property this can go. It's right behind the house. That's where we did the soil testing. We tucked it up as close to the existing house as we can to get it as far away from the water as we can. Using the innovative and alternative technology allows us to reduce the footprint of the leaching system that would otherwise be required for a conventional system. So we've taken strides to reduce the footprint of the area on the lot. So it's really about as small as it can possibly get for the number of bedrooms on the property. And we're minimizing the disturbance on the site by using a retaining wall on the downhill side of the leaching field. You can kind of see it. It's in heavy, this heavy hatched area here is a proposed retaining wall to keep that breakout fill contained and not going excessively close to the water surface. So effectively, all of the leaching, the closest point of the leaching field to the water is 50 feet or 51 feet. We're right just outside the 50-foot. And none of the disturbance proposed is within your 30-foot no-touch zone. We actually can do this project without removal of any trees. So there's no proposed tree removal either.
How high is the wall, Greg?
It's in the highest point, I believe it's about 5 or 6 feet. So it's a fairly substantial wall in places. It varies, you know, some portions of it step down, but I think the highest point is, I think, 6 feet. We're actually getting it structurally designed. We're having a structural engineer design that, which is a requirement of the Board of Health. So
But the retaining wall would be within the 50-foot, right?
the retaining wall would be within the 50-foot, correct? Yes.
But without the retaining wall, you'd have to grade a lot down closer to, you'd have to chase the grade all the way down to the lake, sort of.
That's correct. Yes.
All right, any questions or comments from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question, I think.
Go ahead, even though you didn't raise your hand and Rich did, go ahead.
I would defer to Rich.
No, we're not gonna do that now. I'm just gonna give you a hard time.
I'm fumbling. I got too many devices going. I'm trying to keep up. It's a question really about the share drive. I didn't see the plans for this in the share drive. I don't know if that's a local problem. I'm wondering if others can see those plans or if maybe they're not there yet.
Oh, let me look. Anybody else care to weigh in on whether these things are on the drive?
I'll double check. It might have been an uploading problem, but I'll go to the drive and make
Let's
sure.
see, this is 1074 Lancaster, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And I see 6 files. The largest of which is 3,815 megabytes, so I'm assuming that is the plan. So they're there, Mary,
Yep, that is the plan.
and that is the plan we're looking at.
Weird. I see 7 files.
Right, so
Okay,
I
it's a
can't
local
count.
issue and it's
You got
yeah,
me, I can't.
no
count.
problem.
All right, now we're gonna.
And I can see from what Greg has, and I actually don't have any questions about the plan proposal.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time.
Thank you.
Rich,
That's
please.
okay.
Rich,
Just quick, this isn't going to impede at all on the deck? It looks like it's gonna be around the same height as the deck is now? There's just
Dan, you
no
wanna-
opening on the
you wanna-
deck.
Yeah,
You want to pipe
Yes.
in there, Dan?
yep, that is correct, Rich. So basically, it's the same height as the deck, so we are not removing the deck.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're just gonna be able to walk right across the leach field, right onto the deck. So, all right, just wanted to
Yep.
make sure we weren't doing anything with the deck of the shed.
No, not at all.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Any other questions or comments? I mean, I think you've done a great job when, given the rocks and hard places you have here. But we're gonna have to continue because you don't have a DEP number. And it doesn't sound like we're looking for any additional information from you, so I'm looking for a motion to continue until July 5th.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, motion and second by Richard and Richard, or Richard and Rich. Roll call, Rich,
aye.
Katie,
I
Mike, Mike, he must have stepped away for a minute. Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Aye, Bob.
Thank you, thank
Sorry.
you. Mike. Thank you, Mike.
I'm on a new device, so,
All right, I know all about that.
okay, thank you.
Mr.
All
Chair. Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you very much. We'll see you in a few weeks on that. If I may, lighten your load a little bit. I am also representing the Lunenburg Skate Park, but I need to ask for one more continuance on that. So if you wouldn't mind, just not taking testimony on that later on in the agenda and just continuing that for 2 weeks, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We will do that.
Thank you.
All righty. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Larry Cofferin and Marcia Beers for the relocation of existing deck at 205 Sunset Lane. Does this have a DEP number, Anna?
It does not.
All right. And do we have someone here for this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. This is Seth Donahoe with Dillison Roy.
Well, hi, Seth.
When it's all right with you, I would love to give you an overview of why we're before you and the plans that we put forth.
And are you able and willing to share your screen?
I am able and willing, but I'm on a spotty internet connection. So if Anna could bring up the plan, that may facilitate a better conversation.
All right. We will be patient, given everything else that we've given Anna to do.
Well, thank you.
All right, and I see it before me, and I hope that the commission sees it as well. And if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give you an overview of what we submitted.
Okay, go right ahead.
I appreciate it. So again, for the record, this is Seth Donahoe with Dillison Roy. I'm here tonight on behalf of Marcia Beers and Larry Coffrin. This property is 205 Sunset Lane. So the easterly side of Lake Shirley, we're just north of Robb's Hill Road. The commission may know the history of this property better than me. I understand that it's been before you. Probably in 2021, the commission issued a negative determination of applicability, allowing the construction of some stairs, landings, and the dock that are essentially present on the site today. Our office had discussed some options about planting the site, and that was prompted by concerns from the commission that the lowest landing essentially encroached on the resource area. It overhangs the bank a little bit. And so a resolution of that was a request to submit a notice of intent. And that's what we have done under the direction of the applicant. And our notice of intent has been put forward to relocate the lowest landing of this deck and structure on the site. So what you have on the plan is in a darker black line, there's an area labeled existing landing, and that's where the dock connects to. We're proposing to move it back approximately 5 feet. So that'll go in an easterly direction, and that'll get the landing entirely up gradient of the shore of the lake, and allow it to be compatible with the existing stairs. As part of this work, we have some erosion controls proposed. It is a steep slope and it's a sandy slope. So we have some straw wattles along the limit of work, and we're proposing to do the relocation of the landing during a period when the water is drawn down so that it can essentially be walked out and walked back in. As you can see on our plan, there's essentially a 6-foot change between low water and mean annual high water on this site. The bank of the lake in this section, it's been subject to scouring from boat wakes. And we're proposing to put some rock underneath that to prevent the bank from eroding more into the lake. So I feel that's what the commission has asked us to do. And I'd be happy to address any questions on the plan that we have put forward.
Anyone feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection of this is this was the subject of an enforcement order because when we went and looked at the dock, at the thing as built, the upper existing deck was bigger than what was shown on the diagram. And the lower deck was not only bigger than what was shown on the proposed diagram, but it also, you know, as you pointed out, it had its legs in the you know, in the lake. And
Mr.
so,
Chairman, if I may quickly.
go right,
if there-
absolutely, go right ahead.
If there was an enforcement order, I certainly wasn't made aware of that.
And,
I don't-
and I could be wrong, you know, I could be absolutely wrong, but I do remember going out there on a couple of site visits. And I believe this is the one we looked at. It may not be the subject of an enforcement order, but I do remember going out and looking at it and, you know, in the commission making those remarks, and I'd be thrilled to be corrected by someone else who's actually looked at the paperwork in the last several months.
It was filed under just a notice of non-compliance, not officially an enforcement order.
Okay, so it's a notice of non-compliance. And what did the notice of non-compliance say, Anna?
I don't have it up. It's just from what, just generally what I knew, but just going into it, I couldn't find the individual letters stating, or I don't have it posted, for me to see currently.
Okay,
Exactly.
well, we could certainly research it.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Rich Tremblay.
thank you. Your description was accurate. I remember these hearings about almost a year ago now, I believe. The upper deck was larger than what was proposed initially, and the lower deck was larger and in the water. And those were two of our major concerns, which brought us where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were you aware of that, Seth?
I was aware that there was a slight discrepancy in the sizes. The applicant, I'll start off, my office was not involved in the initial permitting of this. I believe
We
the
are
applicant.
well of that.
So I'm bringing that up in that there are pieces of the past here that I've only gleaned from past meetings and conversations. What I will say is that the applicant has expressed the amount of heartburn that this has put them through. I think they're genuine in desiring to correct this. I think they've been very reactive to the commission's request, and that's really why we're here. So certainly the lower section, it does have two legs that are in the water. This proposal completely remediates that. We'll be removing those legs, and the lower section will rest essentially where it was approved. As far as the discrepancy in the size, I'd be happy to talk to the commission about potential mitigation to allow that to remain. I think this is one of those cases where it was an honest mistake, and now that the components are in place, the cure may be almost as damaging as constructing something new at this point. The slope is steep, the structure's in place around trees, and I think it certainly can remain, and we can put protections in place to allow that to really benefit the whole lakefront area.
Thank you, Seth. I'm going to call on Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you and Rich recall is what I recall. Certainly one of the first hearings and site walks that I became involved in, and the discrepancies were already, it's already built. So that was a hot topic of dialogue. I would like to see, our history from the documentation of digging up those old plans, right, with the square footage, and see a comparison of what's there now. Because I am concerned that, there was a nonconformity, right? And nobody came to the commission to notify the commission of the changes or ask for, plan changes or modifications while the work was going on. And I also would be worried about setting a precedence here for all the other parcels along that bank of, doing the wrong thing and asking for forgiveness later. That's where I stand. I'd like to start with really establishing what are the facts. I think Anna needs a little bit of time to maybe pull up what that documentation is, and certainly Seth, if you can get that documentation from your clients, that would be helpful on your side as well, because I'll really be looking for what are the facts, what was proposed, what was built, and how does what's planned for a modification address the concerns of those deltas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. I recall that Jeff Viviano took and developed a document that described, what the actual areas of the two decks were that was existing, and what the areas were that were proposed, and had the comparisons. I remember those coming up in the public hearing. I don't know if they exist in an email or anywhere else. But that's the kind of information I think the commission would need. Plus, we had a lot of commentary at the time. I remember we had a site walk out there in which I believe 5 members of the commission participated, most of which whom are no longer on the commission. So I'm going to call on Rich Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could share my screen. I think I might have one of those earlier drawings.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead.
Can everybody see that?
Yep. Well, I can see it, so everyone can see it.
All right. I think this is what was originally put in. We had the stairs going down to a 10-foot dock, another set of stairs going down to an 8-foot dock, or landing, I guess I should call that, and then the dock out into the water. I believe this is what we looked at originally before we found out what we ended up with.
And again, I'd like to go back because there was an original approval, based on a submitted plan. And so I want us to be certain that this was the original approval in the submitted plan. Because I seem to recall that the original approval of stairs were more straight line, and then when they went to actually put them in, they put in the offset because of the tree. But again, I could be mistaken because I'm an old guy with a faulty memory. So, Mary Wilson, Rich, I'm sorry, were you done, Rich? Mary Wilson.
I think Rich said he was done. Mr. Chairman, I was just poking around through the files from last year, and I did find a schematic that's kind of more aligned with what you were saying, that shows like 4x4 decks on there.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, I don't think we're being fair, in executing our charter. If we try to research all this on the fly, I think let's just regroup, get the facts in front of us, right, and go from there.
I agree, and I would just point out to you, Seth, that this really came to the commission's attention. The other people who had all those little isolated pieces of land along that frontage there, but off of Sunset, they all looked at what these people had done, and they all wanted the same thing. And we had to tell them, well, but what they built wasn't what we permitted. And so we kind of owe it to our charter, as Mary said, and also to the other people who wanted the same thing, to follow through and make sure that what's actually there you know, is more consistent with what we permitted, so. But so Seth, what I'm suggesting is that we take and continue this. It is an NOI, so we'd have to continue no matter what, because we don't have a DEP number. And the commission, and we're gonna ask Anna to take and do a little digging, and I'm sure some of the commissioners will do a little digging. And maybe you could talk with your client, and that we reconvene on July 5th.
I'll be happy to speak with the client. I'll just note some key documents here.
Sure.
In the actual notice of intent application, and before I do that, Mr. Chairman, I'm completely sensitive to the situation that you're in here. Mistakes like this, they're hard to correct, and we understand that there's the danger of setting a precedent, and that's why we've come before you with the notice of intent to completely remedy this, and we're willing to work with the commission to do that as well. And so in doing that, some of the documents that were included actually in our notice of intent submittal, the actual RDA approval and that very plan that you brought up, the initial sketches of what the commission approved were included in that.
Oh, they
And then on
were.
Yeah.
And I apologize for not doing my homework.
That's these remote meetings are difficult to flip through the many tabs with the many people you have waiting. And then on January 6th of this year, we actually submitted a letter and a plan to the commission that compared the RDA approved deck to the as-built deck that's actually there. So we've done that comparison, and I'm happy if Anna's willing, when it's good for her, I can stop by her office and make sure that everything's consistent with the past history here. And we can come up with a resolution. I hope we can come up with a resolution to work forward, make some modifications so that this can remain.
Thank you, Seth. Anna, do you have any comments?
I don't have any comments, but definitely, Seth, feel free to email me, reach out, and we can schedule a time where you can come into the office and we can look at those plans and make sure we have everything squared away. Yeah.
I'll be happy to. So I will speak with my clients and let them know that we will be back before you on the 5th of July.
Thank you so much. And in the meantime, we as commissioners should do a re-scrutiny of the documents you've already submitted.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a motion to continue to July, speaking for myself, looking for a motion to continue to July 5th.
So moved.
Wait, second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Roll call. Rich?
Aye.
Jeff? Jeff's not with us. Katie, I'm thinking my mind's elsewhere.
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Mary?
Aye.
Richard?
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you,
Good
Seth.
night, and we'll see you on the 5th.
All righty. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Michael and Jennifer Chappell for installation of a new septic system at 222 Hollis Road, DEP number 2081295. Is someone here for the Chappells?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Chris McKenzie from Dillis and Roy, here to represent on this project.
Oh, it's a Dillis and Roy sweep tonight.
Yeah, it was fun listening to all of them. Talk to you
All
guys.
right.
for a
So
few minutes.
would you like to share your screen, Chris?
Yes, I would.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah. Where is it? This one. All right, can you see that all right?
Certainly can.
All right. This is the property located at 222 Hollis Road. There's an existing well located here. You can see we've got a 100-foot well radius. They have an existing system that has failed. It's also partially off of the property back here going towards the wetland. The wetland being off the property back here, and then it comes across and goes all the way up to the street here. So the buffer zone carries throughout the whole property up here, but that's outside the work zone. So we're proposing a new system here. We opted for a Geomat IA system. I think Greg spoke to you a little earlier about IA systems. This has allowed us to squeeze a system into a nice tight area here. There's an existing driveway that comes down and wraps around the back of the house, and this area back here is all existing pavement. So our proposal is going to be to replace the septic tank with a new 1,500 gallon tank, pump chamber that's going to pump up to the leach area here. There'll be some minor grading associated with the system. So we've included a erosion control barrier, which will wrap around the shed here, back along the back property line, and back up to the house over here. There's a small drain that might have to get relocated in this area here. Depends on how it interferes with the system or not. But if so, it'll pretty much get replaced in the same spot. I believe it can picks up some drainage off of the driveway. So we got the erosion control there. If you guys did a site walk, I believe on Saturday, you may have seen some trees across the back here. All of those trees are off of the property, so we won't be doing anything with them, except there may be some limbing of some of the overhanging branches, just to allow for the machinery to work in there without hitting the branches. Other than that, that pretty much covers it. Obviously, the area where the septic tank is, they'll have to cut the pavement away, and then they'll be repaving over that afterwards to reestablish the driveway as it currently exists.
Any comments or questions by commissioners? Any questions or comments by members of the public? Seems pretty straightforward to me. I'm looking for a motion to approval.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Roll call. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
Aye for myself. I'm looking pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Lunenburg Skate Park for proposal construction of a skate park and drainage basin at 100 Chestnut Street, DEP number 208-1290. I'm looking for a motion to continue until July 5th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
Aye for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Thomas and Melanie Payne for the proposed construction of 3 replacement retaining walls, a replacement patio, and a set of replacement stone stairs at 647 Reservoir Road, DEP number 208-1289. Are we going to continue this, or is there someone here for this?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Matt Morrow. Matt, would you like to share your screen?
Yes, please, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay, when we had last left off, the commission asked for a few things on the plan. They asked for the 50-foot no-touch zone to be put on the plan. It's not possible to put the 100-foot on this particular rendering that was given to me by Brett Ramsden, who's also on the call, as well as both my clients, Thomas and Melanie Payne, as it actually goes just past the house right on top here. So the limits of the 50-foot are essentially right at the decking and patio area above the wall, goes into lawn, and then goes to this existing wall that's currently here. We had originally proposed to put in a brick paver patio. We were looking to maybe reduce the size. I know we had spoken about that. You asked me to do a measurement of the sandy area, potentially reclaiming that in exchange for the patio. It measured to be 18 by 8, but in speaking to my clients this evening, we're going to remove the patio from the proposal. So we're just going to leave the sandy area alone, but it is shown on the plans, represented essentially to scale here. So looking at everything else, I'm going to try to switch tabs. So let me know if it works or if it doesn't. Did it work?
Yep.
Okay. So you also asked on the small section of wall that was going along the shoreline that was proposed to stabilize that section of shoreline in front of the sandy area across from the dock. You asked for a profile. So Mr. Ramsden drew up a profile. He is showing the lake bed. He is showing the high water mark. So essentially what would happen is the area where the land comes out now, if you see where my screen is scrolling, that would be dug back. As you can see, this line indicates it would be dug back and filter fabric installed behind it. So it would be dug into the existing land, actually not in the water, it'd be in front of the water. And what would happen is it would be 1.5 feet in height, with the 6 inches of the wall, 1/2 foot sticking out. It would maintain the same elevation, so there would be no filling of floodplain, as noted on, switching tabs again, on note 1 on this plan. There would be no floodplain alteration. The 30 and 50 foot and 100 foot were based off the high water mark, as there's no BVW present. Note number 3 is to be removed from consideration, as we're no longer proposing the patio. We would propose the 2 shrubs that would have to be removed over here, which are tall cedars, from the cottage proposal that was approved at the last meeting, would be moved over to the opposite side of the lot. And what the Paynes would like to do is essentially work that out with myself and the agent and them to review a planting area on this other side here. That actually has the advantage of being able to keep any shrubbery away from the wall structures. It would give the Paynes some flexibility to do a planting on this side of their lot in an area that's currently grass. So that would help that area out. And I believe that was it. The other notice of intent we have is approved. I have the order of conditions. If this one is approved, Anna, of course, would send it to me and I would make sure that they were both properly recorded at the same time. And with that, any questions, I'd be more than happy to entertain them.
Any comments or questions by commissioners? Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought there were 3 cedars there.
There's
not
2.
Just
There's
looking for
2.
my photos. There's 2, okay.
Please-
And
please-
I also,
My memory
Go
is
ahead.
that there was 2.
I'm not going to dispute that without my photos. I was just looking at Near Map, and Near Map, easier to find photos of, shows 3 from March 30th of 2023. So yeah, I want to make certain that we are getting the same type of plantings back in that area. So I want to make certain that at least I would advocate for that being a part of the order of conditions. Moving it over to the opposite side, doesn't bother me at all. I thought one of the things we had also, I thought specifically Jess had asked for, is for the 30-foot line and the 50-foot line to actually be relative to the shoreline. And he had pointed out from the satellite view that the shoreline there on that parcel is curved, but these 30 and 50-foot lines are straight.
Okay, well, the straight lines I did, I mean, I don't have engineered plans to go off of here. I have a rendering, and what would happen is the 30-foot line actually would come down over here a little bit farther. And so it would come down this way a little bit. Be just about it. I mean, it would be a very minor difference. I can adjust that. In other words, I could submit a subsequent plan adjusting that. I mean, the project that's taking place is right around the wall, which is right around the 50-foot zone. And it's being replaced exactly in the same spot. So there's no expansion on the nonconformity. The only difference between existing conditions and proposed conditions is for the erosion stabilization on this section of shoreline. That's it.
Okay, okay. I did find my photos while we were talking. There are 3 tall cedars there.
And Mary, I'm looking at the same near map you were looking at from March 30th, 2023. And that photo looks like there might even be 4. So,
Yeah, if we just want to make certain that those are properly counted and replaced. I mean, that's
And-
what
and-
that's
and-
what I
and-
would
and
advocate
moved.
for.
what
That's
you're
correct.
proposing is to move them, right, Matt?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it as long as I would be okay with it moving them, right? As long as similar, and I would prefer native species be planted and that they're a similar proximity or within the 30, similar to these. And Matt, remind me, so you've taken out the proposed patio. The walkway is an addition in that area still, as shown on the drawing.
Well, that was actually, no, there's no walkway proposed. As I noted at the last meeting, that was just essentially showing the relationship between where the brick patio was going to be proposed versus where the dock is, which is right here. So there's nothing that's going on over here. No.
Okay. All right, nothing more for me, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Rich Birsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could just get a handwritten narrative dated with a final proposal of the work that we are doing. After the last hearing at 205 Sunset, I'd like to have it just kind of written out that we're not doing the patio, there is no walkway on the plan. We're just reclamating the sand, but we're not adding any sand. We're moving the 4 cedars, just to have everything, just a narrative to describe exactly what we are doing, as opposed to having a plan with crosses and lines and dates and all sorts of other stuff on there. Thank you.
Rich, I actually was gonna look for a, so Rich, are you advocating that we continue and look for that? Or I was gonna look for a motion that would include all those as conditions.
Yeah, I would be fine with that. Just I want to make, I request that we get it in writing, a final narrative dated and signed to have with the application.
Yeah, and that occur before this is sent out via DocuSign.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? There any comments or questions by members of the public? Rich, I was gonna look for a motion with 3 conditions. I think you had 4, so I was hoping you could make a motion here.
I'd make a motion to approve with the addition that a written narrative be presented prior to the start of construction, describing the exact work to be performed, the moving of the cedars, the removal of the notation of the brick patio, notation that the sand area of 18 by 8 to be reclamated, but no sand added, and the bump out has been removed from the plan and will be just a solid crossing in the replacement wall,
And that there is no sidewalk
and that there is no sidewalk.
or existing or proposed.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second to Richard's motion?
Second, Richard.
Thank you. We have 2 seconds. And I would note to Anna that please don't send this out to DocuSign until we've received the documentation described in the motion.
Noted.
Thank you so much. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Okay, so I just had one quick question.
Yep.
The removal of the evergreen in that area, they're rather large. So are we going to be able to like work with leaving, like grinding the root ball down? Or, I mean, there's going to have to be some wall replacement work behind them. So that's going to have to be addressed.
Which evergreen are we talking about, Matt?
The 3 arborvitae.
I thought you were proposing to transplant those.
Right,
You're not
I'm talking, well, no, we're talking about replantation. You can't move those, they're too big, so
Okay.
you'd have to plant
All right.
something else. Because the way they are now, the roots are actually entwined in the wall, so that's gonna have to be done carefully.
My thought is that the roots have to be removed for wall construction, but I'm only one member of the commission and have no authority. I think we call us a pregnant pause.
I'm 60 years old, don't use that word, please.
Okay. Well, not having heard any conversation, I would suggest that you go ahead and remove the roots in order to construct the wall, seeing how close they are to the wall. I think this is enough wait time. We're gonna move on to the next public hearing. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended. In the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a requested determination of applicability.
guys.
Good night, Matt.
Matt, by Town of Lunenburg Facilities Department for the proposed addition of sand at the town beach at 265 Prospect Street. Anna, are we gonna hear this tonight or not?
No, this will be continued because they're continuing to do the maintenance with the sand.
Yep, thank you so much. So I'm looking for a motion to continue until July 5th.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. On this next public hearing, I'm going to recuse myself, so I'm going to make Mary the host. Well, let's see, Mary, make host. I tried to make her the host. Make host. Let's see if I can at least make you the co-host. Well, Mary, are you by
You
phone?
make me the,
Are you by phone, Mary?
I'm connected through phone tonight, yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna make Richard
But-
the host.
That would work out well because it was my intent to make Richard the co-host and ask for his support when we get into the meeting. into
Rich,
the
are you
hearing.
able, from where you are, able to be host?
Yep, I should be fine with that.
Excellent. So let's see here. Let's make Richard the host. Why isn't it allowing me to do this?
Surprised it's not allowing you to make me the host either, because my audio instance, phone instance is connected to my computer instance. Typically, that's not an impediment as long as you have a computer instance.
Let's see what that did for me. I'm still a host. I don't know. Oh,
Well, you unmute, you asked me to unmute, Bob.
yeah.
Oh. It could be because you're recording.
Oh, well,
But your cloud record.
oh, do I, wait. I should look.
There we
Richard
go.
Birch is now the host.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna
There we
mute myself and step away and take it away, Mary.
Excellent, thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on the notice of intent by Lunenburg Water District for a pilot study at Hickory Hills Well Site 208 Northfield Road. And we have a DEP number there. So this is continued from a previous hearing. I know there are a number of the members of the public on this hearing again, which I welcome. But I'm just going to go through a few ground rules, just so we're all on the same page, right? This hearing is limited to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, specifically the Mass Wetlands Protection Act and the municipal bylaws, and further limited to the project submitted by the Lunenburg Water District in this NOI. There will be an opportunity for public comment after the members of the commission have been heard and after the Lunenburg Water District has an opportunity to present. Members of the public are asked to limit their comments to matters relevant to the jurisdiction of this commission and to the scope of the current project, and to refrain from commentary that is not related either to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission or to the current project. I want to honor everybody's right to speak, but in the interest of managing time, please do not repeat the comments that have already been raised. And I will do like coaching along the way. I do want to be respectful of everybody's opportunity to be heard, but you know, it's a long meeting tonight, and I do want people to be heard, so I am going to limit extraneous comments. And I do reserve the right to limit commentary to the jurisdiction of the Water Wetlands Protection Act and the municipal bylaws. And I will ask people to stop commenting and do coaching when it strays outside the jurisdiction. And I will mute anybody that doesn't respect the advice of the chairman. Hopefully we won't get there. Everybody was well behaved last time, and I expect the same this time. Raise your hand in the Zoom application and I will call on you. Participants should remain on mute when not speaking. And away we go. I think we'll start this meeting, this hearing with a review from my notes on things that we had asked for from the, well, actually, I think I'm just going to start with the Lunenburg Water District. You guys had responded to a lot of the commentary in writing that we had asked for, the Conservation Commission had asked for last time. Maybe you guys could walk us through that. Do we have somebody from the Water District tonight on, or their representative? Somebody speaking up. Fran McNamara on. Fran, who's going to speak for the Water District tonight?
Derek, did you want to unmute yourself? Derek from Ty and Bond.
This is Tom Mahana from Ty and Bond. I believe we were going to have Commissioner Barsh was going to make a statement.
I'm gonna withhold that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, it's Tom Mahana again from Ty and Bond. I'm here representing the Lunenburg Water District. With me tonight from Ty and Bond is Rick Canavan, Lou Sirocco, and Derek Belanger. So as you mentioned, we provided a response to the comments that we received on June 14th, the follow-up to the previous public hearing. So we provided a response to those comments. Would you like to share that? Do you want me to share my screen? How would you like to proceed?
If you're in a position to share that, I think that'd be great.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just summarize the comments that we received in our response. What the first comment was to provide just some location for the discharge from the hydrant, to have hay bales along with erosion control around the drywall site. So we have an updated plan that shows that. We also added to our plan showing some temporary construction fencing that we're going to plan to install around the frac tank and the hydrant that will be connected to the frac tank. The other comment was we asked for some details on the alarm or notification system to alert for possible overflow from the frac tank or leakage from the site. After conferring with the water district after the meeting, and we talked about how much do we want to rely on controls or just operate this manually, and it was decided that be in everybody's best interest if the water district was just going to operate the well manually every time we need to fill the tank. Their staff will be on site to run the well and fill the tank so that we're not reliant on alarms or controls. We'll have better control over the filling of this tank and preventing an overflow. We're asked to provide detail of the dry well, the existing dry well that was constructed with the pump station, and any design capacity or known capacity of this dry well. So we provided detail of this dry well. It's a stone-filled dry well lined with Marafi fabric. As shown on the site plan, which I'll show you in a little bit. And the water district did run a continuous flow test into this dry well. We ran it for about 8 days since the last hearing. Dry well was able to absorb the flow. We simulated a flow rate that's similar to what the pilot study would be. The dry well was able to handle this flow for most of that duration. However, we've decided that we want to just plan on just going with the overland discharge from the pilot equipment and not rely on the dry well. After about eight days or so, that the area around the dry well did start to get fairly wet. It's not a structure, so you can't really observe the actual level within the dry well itself. So as the water district staff monitored the condition around that, we noticed that after about 8 days or so, that the area surrounding that seemed to be getting kind of saturated. So we feel at this point we ought to just plan on just going with the alternative plan that we had discussed also at the last hearing. Provide a schematic of the overall pilot test system, planned water flow from the frac tank. We have a schematic that shows that. provide a little bit of a more description on on what that schematic will be. The water will be pumped from the well through the frac tank through the pilot columns, and we'll be making some adjustments on pH and reducing acidity through the filter columns, and the filtered water will then be conveyed to the PFAS filters, so that the water that's being discharged will be treated for PFAS. That flow rate will be approximately 2 to 10 gallons a minute, approximately the flow rate of a garden hose. And then lastly, the last question was asked about a remediation plan for after the work is completed and the frac tank is removed, and how we would then restore any site that might have been impacted by the storage of this equipment. So we're expecting that when this tank is delivered, it's a trailer, it's on a trailer, so it comes in on wheels. The company that'll supply this will probably level it out using some wood cribbing. And then once it's removed, there may be minimal impact to the area, but we will certainly restore that to existing conditions and reseed the area if it's a loamed area, or if it's within the gravel surface area. We'll replace that to the existing contours prior to the start of the test. We don't expect that this tank will have will create a significant amount of impact to the area that it'll be located at. So this is the schematic of the pilot itself, as we talked about. So the well which is remote from the pump station will be pumped out through a hydrant. The hydrant will be then connected to this tank through hoses. It'll be filled manually by water district staff. And then these filter columns will be located inside the pump station, both the iron and manganese filter columns, followed by the PFAS columns. So after treatment through PFAS, the potable water then be discharged out over the ground. And we'll install erosion control hay bales around that discharge to protect any erosion of that area. And then any backwash water will be stored within tanks within the pump station, and then that backwash water will be then hauled off site. Backwash residuals will be hauled off site. And so this is an updated plan of the site. So we have the pump station here. The frac tank is shown being parked just on the north side of the pump station, the hydrant to the rear of the station. So as we mentioned, we're just going to install temporary construction fencing, and that's basically it's just 6-foot high fencing that you would normally see around a construction site. It's fencing that just gets placed on the ground. We don't have to dig any holes to install that. It has each section of fence has legs on it. They all just get connected and just wrap around this area and this equipment to protect the equipment and the hoses. And then the discharge, as we wanted to show here, is similar to where the previous discharge was when the well was when the water district had run the well out into this area previously. Although this time it'll be at a significantly lower flow rate than what was previously run out. So as I mentioned, this is the detail of the original construction of the pump station. What the dry well looks like. It's a 4-foot diameter by 5-foot high. Essentially, it's a pit that gets filled with stone and then wrapped with Marafi fabric. And so as we mentioned, the water district did run a test on it continuously for about 8 days. And then we also just provided a seed mix on what we're proposing to use to restore the area after completion of the test. I believe that was it. I think that addresses all of the comments that were received. So we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, the documentation that you have here says that you ran the dry well for 4 days. Just based on what you were saying, maybe you were running it 4 days at the time you submitted this.
Correct.
You were saying
Correct.
that you'd run 8.
Right. Yeah, we submitted this
Okay.
the end of last week. The water district, had run it continuously through the weekend.
Mhm. Okay. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions about this. Could we go back to the plans?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, is this documentation on our drive? I haven't
I
been able
haven't
to find
verified that, Rich. Let me see.
And the other quick question I had for Tom was, we've seen a number of renditions of the project and the discharge plan. What rendition did you submit to the DEP with your NOI application, Tom?
So this plan, this revised plan obviously was provided after we submitted to DEP.
Okay, so the DEP submission included the dry well discharge?
Correct.
Okay.
Let me just verify that, or Rick, if you're
Yeah,
on,
no, that's accurate. So this
Yep.
is that, this is revision 1 from the initial submission. So what we discussed at the last meeting was what was sent to the regional office, and this is a revision based on that.
Okay.
Rich, you are correct. I don't see it in the folder either. So
I just
Anna?
uploaded it. I just, for some reason, didn't upload it earlier, but I just uploaded it now.
Anna. Rich, continue.
That was it for now, Madam Chair. I'll wait for it to populate into the drive.
Yeah, it's handy to be able to see it and self-correct to the pages. So my only comment about this is that I would, minor edits, right? But have it updated with the 8 days and the ground saturation and the change to the discharge on this diagram, because you're not gonna, it sounds like you're no longer proposing to discharge to the dry well, but to the, overland area. Okay, and also want to make certain that everybody's clear. The current hay bales that are in that overland discharge area are not okay. You'd have to put new hay bales in that area because those hay bales are degraded and don't form a continuous line. I will open it up to my fellow commissioners for questions and comments. And I am not hearing any. Okay, if there are no further comments from the commission, I'll now allow public comment.
Joan Pease has her hand up.
Thank you. Joan, please proceed.
Good evening. Madam Chair, may I have the option to share my screen while I speak?
Yes, you may. And Joan, you're the first to do the public speaking. Let me remind everybody to state their name and their address for the record.
Absolutely. Joan Pease, 11 Wintergreen Court. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a prepared statement I'd like to read about a procedural issue, and after that, I'd like to speak to a change in the plan that was just submitted by Tom Mahana from High and Bond, if I may. So after reviewing the WPA Form 3 Notice of Intent Wetlands Protection Act MGL 13140 submitted by the Lunenburg Water District and their engineering company Ty and Bond, several critical errors and omissions have been identified. These errors and omissions are all associated with identifying the owner of the property where the Lunenburg Water District proposed project is to occur, and failure to identify and include the owner of the property as the NOI requires. 1. Page 1 of 6 of the NOI, Section A, Item 3 states, property owner required if different from applicant. And I will share my screen here to make this a little clearer. And let me get to the right place for you. So we are on the form submitted. You can see Mr. McNamara is up here, and there is a section that says it is required to fill in.
You're not
Yes.
sharing.
I'm not
We're
sharing.
not. No.
Okay, hold on for 1 second, please, while I try and accomplish that in a more effective manner. I apologize for not.
That's no issue. Not everybody lives on Zoom like I have to do.
Yes, I do apologize. Let me see if I can pull this up. Are you seeing it now?
No, I don't see it. Does anybody
Okay,
else see it?
Hold on just a second. I think I'm now going to be able to do it. Here we go. Share. I hit the share button. Can you see it now?
There we go.
I'm sorry for the delay. Please forgive my lack of ability there.
No issues.
Okay, so this is the form that was submitted by the Water District. And if we look on the form, number 3 says that the property owner needs to be identified if different from the applicant here. And you notice that this form was left blank in this section. The second error on this, page 2 of 6 of the Notice of Intent, Section A, Item 8, requires the property recorded at the Registry of Deed be identified. I'm going to move down here so we can see this. And indeed, this section is completed by the applicant. Notice they say Worcester 1137 book, page 61. Well, this information is right here. I have that book and page from the Registry of Deeds, and I would like to read this section to you down here. It said that the easement shall be a 10 strip foot in width, more or less, commencing at the north easterly corner of the land previously owned by Bernard Freeman, and proceeding northwesterly across the land of the grantor to a point in the land where a swimming pool is located. This is not the deed for the Woodlands easement. This is a deed for a pool club, and I can show you. It is for this area of land over here where the Northfield Gilchrist Pool Club is.
Apologies, Joan. Are you it's not sharing. We're still looking at the NOI documentation.
I am so sorry.
It's a lot to manage.
Here we go. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
This is what was submitted on the NOI. It is for a pool club. The Woodlands is over here. The proposed pilot project is for land at the end of Wintergreen Court, down by the water here. And the form on the book and page from the Registry of Deeds on the NOI is for a separate piece of land that has nothing to do with the Woodlands. That's the second error on the NOI. Number 3, on page 9 of the Notice of Intent under Section F, and we will proceed to Section F now. Under signatures and submittal requirements, the NOI asks for the signature of the owner of the property if different from the applicant. The Lunenburg Water District did not seek out the Woodlands trustees, who are the legal owners of the property where the project is proposed. And I do want to remind everyone that I did provide the Water District with contact information for the trustees of the Woodlands. Property owner's name is absent here, completely missing. In addition, at the June 7th, 2023 meeting of the Conservation Commission, Commissioner Richard Birch stated that the property owner was responsible for updating information in the town tax list database when property changes of ownership occur. A Woodlands trustee spoke with the Lunenburg Town Assessor this week, tax assessor this week, and found this to be incorrect. The tax assessor's office picks up changes in property deed ownership from the Registry of Deeds office without the property owner doing anything. Thus, the error in the appropriate abutters notices, which resulted from faulty information in the tax assessor's list, was not the fault of the Woodlands, the property owner, but it was the fault of the town not doing what they should have done to pick that information up. And that came from the tax assessor himself. The Lunenburg Water District has supplied inaccurate information, omitted information in several sections of the NOI, or failed to include information directly supplied to them prior to the submission of the NOI. The town of Lunenburg's assessor failed to update the deed of the new owner for the Woodlands Village at Hickory Hills Lake Condominium Trust. Thus, there has been a failure on the part of the applicant and the town to include the Woodlands Village at Hickory Hills Lake Condominium Trust, the lawful owner of the project site, as a part of this process. The Woodlands approached the Lunenburg Water District and requested to be part of the process. In response, the Water District formed a committee for this project, which included a Woodlands representative. However, in the NOI, the Water District failed to identify the Woodlands as the rightful owner. They failed to obtain the Woodlands signature. They submitted incorrect easement deed information from the Registry of Deeds, and they failed to notify Woodlands property owners who fulfilled the definition of a 310 CMR abutter. Therefore, for these failures on the part of the applicants, the Woodland asked the Lunenburg Conservation Commission to fulfill their responsibility to uphold the regulated NOI process and deny this NOI and ask the Water District to submit an NOI that has correct information with correct timelines, with correct abutter notification. That's the first comment I wish to make. The second comment I wish to make, and I would like to stop sharing my screen now if I can figure out how to do that. Stop sharing would help. The second comment I would like to make is about the change in the plan that the Water District has submitted tonight and not using the drywall and draining water over the land. That water will eventually end up in Hickory Hills Lake, and I'm sure Mr. Fortune will have something to say about that. But here's my concern. For many years now, for 4 to 6 weeks at a time, the Water District during the summer has discharged this well at 200 gallons per minute for several weeks, 24 hours a day, over the piece of land that they now plan to discharge this small amount of water over. I have an article here from Science Digest explaining that when you irrigate land with PFAS-rich water, the land absorbs the PFAS and then releases it over time. Last week, I believe Derek from Ty and Bond explained to us that some of the absorption material in the columns in the treatment building that will be used for filtering PFAS contain clay. Well, there is clay in our soil. And thus, I would highly recommend that the Conservation Commission require the Water District and their agent to test this soil that has been subjected for several years, off and on, for months over the summer, to 200 gallons per minute of toxic water before they allow this drainage over the land. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. And I would like to point out that my original comments about the procedural errors, the numerous procedural errors, I am not speaking for myself. I have the full vote of the trustees of the Woodlands behind me, and I am their appointed representative to this project. They voted on and approved the letter that I read to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan. We have any other public comment?
Yes, John Fortune has his hand up.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive, and part of Hickory Hills Landowners Inc. I'd like to, if you would allow me to, I'd like to do a little education, and then there are questions based on what that education is, okay? It will only take a couple of minutes. In the Dufresne Henry report submitted to the Water District in July 1994, there's a lot of discussion about the Tacona Depression. And a Tacona Depression is like a funnel that is located around any well. So typically in Mass, the cone or the funnel extends about 400 feet, which is why a zone 1 is 400 feet in diameter. At the Hickory Hills Lake, the well here, the cone is very different. It extends about 100 feet along the axis of the peninsula, and we just saw a picture of what the peninsula looked like. But on both sides of that, of the well, the lake water is about 20 feet away. So the well in the Tacona Depression actually ends at the lakeside. In the Dufresne Henry report, it says this is the reason that this location was chosen. There is no other portion of that peninsula that would allow for a well of this size to be run. All right, so it was required to have water on both sides of it in order for the well itself to be drawing water from the lake through the substrate in the bottom of the lake. I realize this is kind of a lengthy discussion, but here's why it's important. As Lunenburg Water District draws water from the lake, into this well, two things become very important to the landowners around this area. The first one is this: how much does the well pulling water from the lake affect the level of the lake? How will that be measured? So far, all we have is this Dufresne Henry report, and I mentioned this last time, that it will affect the level of the lake. If the Water District has documentation in the July 14th meeting, they indicated that they do, like the Dufresne Henry report, so actual documentation, not speculation from the commissioners. If they have a report that says the lake will absolutely not be affected, even though the well itself draws water from the lake, we would like that to be public so we can all see it. Secondly, and I believe more importantly, is we know that there is PFAS in Hickory Hills Lake. So drawing water into this well will concentrate those contaminants into the lake sediment near the well, right? So it'll be drawing all the particulates from the lake, but a part of those particulates are going to be the PFAS and other contaminants. How will these concentrated contaminants be measured? How will we know? People swim in the area right near that lake. The land itself, as they draw water, will begin to pull more and more PFAS from the lake, and it will get caught up in the substrate on the bottom of the lake. We'd like to know how that will be measured. All right, and finally, as the plan has changed tonight, the tested water that is going to be poured out, I know we have heard from Diane Bond that the water will be great. I would like to have some test data that shows us that the water coming out of that hose being dumped back into the lake is actually as clean as drinking water. So I would like anything that is done here, or any determinations that were made, will include testing of that water on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune.
Madam Chair, we have Edward with his hand up.
Yes, this is Diane Wexner, 8 Iris Court. I would just like to add a little to what Joan said about the water being released through the summer. Our house is adjacent to the little ravine where that water flowed. and it was not a trickling of water. It was like a waterfall that we heard day and night, and we could actually hear it from our house when we were out on the deck. So I guess we're very concerned that the water department did not get permission to run that water. And also the little ravine must be truly polluted because that's where all the water went before it was released into Hickory Hills. So I just wanted to add that for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public
We have a
comment?
Barbara Turkington.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, thank you. 110 Royal Fern Drive. Oops, sorry, trying to lower my hand. The revised plan that was presented tonight included this new use of overland discharge. So whenever we hear something new, one says, what does this mean to us? I'm concerned about what it means to us, but I'm also questioning whether the overland discharge was included in the DEP submission. And is that an important question to be asked? Thank you.
Thank you. And Barbara, I think they answered that question. It was not included in the DEP submission. But your second question about whether that's important, I think is a valid question.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Dave McDonald has his hand up.
Good evening, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Dave.
How you doing? Good evening.
Address?
Hi.
A quick question for Time Bomb. Have they
Address,
got?
Dave?
I'm sorry.
Your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Dave McDonald, Island Road, Lunenburg. The question I have is for Time Bomb. Have they got any notices from the state as future testing to be done on wells and what the state is going to be doing to support the towns? For example, funding, testing, stuff like that. What's the federal government going to be doing? I know I did ask for what Tide and Bomb is doing now just for PFAS and some of the towns in the state. And I don't think they answered that question, but the other question is kind of important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dave. That's actually, I think, not related to this project, but if Time Bond has a quick response, I'll allow them to proceed.
I can provide a quick response. This is Derek with Time Bond. In terms of what the federal government is doing, PFAS is a significant problem for a lot of water systems, specifically in Massachusetts. The federal government, as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, has committed to funding treatment of PFAS projects. So the Water District is working with us to pursue funding for a treatment of PFAS projects. The first step in obtaining funding for these type of projects is to conduct a pilot study, which we're presenting in this meeting. This is a very big problem for many communities, and water supply is going to be around the state is going to be impacted significantly. And there are many communities applying for funding. So the Water District is getting out in front of the available funds by conducting this pilot study and moving forward, potentially seeking these funds to mitigate the water and then provide clean water to the community.
Thank you, Derek.
Joan Pease has her hand up, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Joan, please proceed.
At the last meeting of the Conservation Commission, where Ty and Bond was there, I believe, Madam Chair, you asked them as an act of good faith to notify the Woodlands abutters, even though that didn't happen the first time. And I just wanted to let you know that there was no notification, there was no follow through on that. And also, I believe Mr. McDonald asked for a list of 10 PFAS projects that Ty and Bond had done in the past. And I believe, again, you said it would be an act of good faith for Ty and Bond to supply us with 10 past PFAS projects, and we did not receive that either.
Thank you, Joan. Rich, who's next?
Mark Bursch has his hand up, Madam Chair.
Hi, Mark, please proceed.
I
Name and
just wanted to
address.
speak, I wanted to speak to the comment about,
Name and
Madam Chair.
address.
Mark Bursch, 20 Buttonwood Place, Chairman of the Board of Water Commissioners. I just wanted to address, through you, Madam Chair, the last comment about time bond and references. I feel that we went through an interview process for these PFAS studies. We interviewed 3 firms. We chose Ty and Bond. They've been very responsive, professional, and able to answer all of our questions, and very accessible. I believe they can correct me if I'm wrong. They're working together with Blue Leaf and doing this pilot study, which works throughout the state with multiple engineering firms doing the same type of work. So I feel that with the meetings that we've had with them, that the references have already been checked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
continue.
yes, Rich.
We had
I
Renee.
was just going to ask, I was just going to ask Mark, you wanted to comment on Joan's commentary. Do you want to make a comment about not notifying the Woodlands? As an
We
act of
did,
good faith?
as far as I know, Madam Chair, we did everything required by law that we were supposed to do. Did you
Okay.
get that? Thank you.
I did hear you. Yes, and that was not the advice that I recommended in the last meeting. But I understand your commentary. Okay, who's next?
Renee. Name and address.
Hi, Renee.
Hello, this is Renee Yemke, 6 Iris Court. I heard the concerns that was raised at the previous meeting about, monitoring the water in the frac tank and so on. But I only heard the portion, the intake into the frac tank, and that would be done manually now was the proposal. I have questions about the output from that tank and how that will be monitored as it's coming out. Basically, much slower rate, 10 gallons per minute was proposed to go from the tank into the pump house. What safety measures will be in place there to make sure there isn't a leak of some sort, because again, that is, untreated, contaminated water, which raises another question of 20,000 gallons. I wonder if a smaller volume is possible to help mitigate risk of having such a large amount of untreated water on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Somebody from the Water District or Ty and Bond want to respond to those questions?
So as we stated earlier, so we're gonna fill the tank manually. The small pumps that'll pump out of the tank through the filter columns, and then it'll discharge through the hose, out to the discharge location. The Water District staff, again, this is gonna be, there'll be staff on site on a daily basis now because of the way we're proposing to operate this. So there'll be somebody there every day checking the operation and the equipment. There will not be people there 24/7. So, but when we're on site, if they discover that there's a leak, then they'll address it accordingly. In regards to a smaller tank, the smaller volume just would require more manual operation. As we said, we're trying to run this well. It will require more on-site monitoring, more manual operation, and we don't think it'd be as an efficient process if we go with a smaller tank.
Are there smaller tanks available for lease? I think I was directing that at you.
I believe
Are
you're
there
right,
smaller?
Derek, isn't there, we probably, there's smaller there are smaller frac tanks available than 20,000 gallons.
There are smaller tanks. I think there's some, typically potable water tanks are only provided in this larger version. So these tanks are cleaned and lined for use with potable water to not cross-contaminate any of the contents.
I was thinking when we did the math at the last meeting, the thought was that I'm just remembering it. So I may be remembering it wrong. I thought there was going to be something like 8,000 to 10,000 gallons left in the tank after a 12-hour period. But certainly you guys have run the math on that. Do you feel like that's accurate, or something else will be? It didn't seem like over 24 hours we were going to empty this tank.
Yeah, the volume of this tank is conservative to give us a at minimum once a day visit.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that they will come out and top the tank off each day.
In case someone can't get there on a strictly 24-hour basis. So there's some float volume there as well for them.
10 gallons a minute is approximately 14,000 gallons a day.
Right. I do recall those numbers. Okay. Any other questions, Renee?
Sorry, I had muted myself. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jack and Ann Denny Brown.
Hey, name and address, please.
You have to unmute yourself, Jack and Denny and Ann.
Okay, just unmuted. Jack
Name
and
and
Ann Denny
address.
Brown. Jack and Ann Denny Brown, 15 Wintergreen Court. And I'm not sure if I understand this correctly, but so let's say the water goes through the filtration system once and it's not pure. There's still impurities in it, pollutants in it. Does it go through the filtering system again until it's pure before it's discharged? Or if it just goes through once and it's still polluted, does it get discharged?
Derek, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. So typically, at least for the PFAS systems, the Massachusetts typical treatment process is to provide a treatment vessel with a redundant vessel downstream of it. So we'd be sampling between those two vessels, having a treatment vessel that does most of the treatment and would, for the most part, do non-detect of any PFAS for the majority of the study. But as PFAS began to break through the bottom of that column, there would be a redundant column downstream to polish treatment any remaining PFAS before it was discharged to the ground.
So will it be tested before it is discharged onto the ground?
Yeah, that effluent will be tested periodically.
Awesome.
If I might ask Derek, it will be tested periodically, but will it be the test results be back before it's discharged to the ground?
These treatment systems are sized for multi-year operation. So one column will last for about 6 to 9 months, if not a year. So we'll be tracking that PFAS as it migrates through the bed of the treatment system, so we can kind of predict when we'll start to see breakthrough on the end. And that's the first column. That second column, we're fairly confident that we'll be able to capture any PFAS before it goes out the door, because of the sampling intervals we'll be taking.
How often?
Okay, so I think what you're saying that you're confident that the downstream filtration will capture anything that the upstream doesn't. But it also sounds like you're saying that the test data won't be back before it's discharged. And I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I just want to make certain that we're all being clear and transparent.
the samples are collected as the water's flowing, and then they're sent to a laboratory for analysis. So
The PFAS samples take 2 to 3 weeks to get the results.
2 to 3 weeks. Sorry.
That's 2 weeks or 3 weeks before it's caught.
that's not correct. That will be sampling as we move down the treatment system. So we'll be able to track, even though it is in a look back perspective, we should have the ability to track that migration of PFAS through the vessel. And as I mentioned, there'll be a completely redundant vessel downstream, which will add 100% redundancy to the treatment system. So when that PFAS finally breaks through that first filter, there's all that PFAS is polished before it goes out into the ground. And this is the type of system that's provided as part of the Mass DEP drinking water program. That's what's used for drinking water and the protection of public health currently. And those samples are the same type of turnaround for public health as well. So this type of treatment is what's typically recommended for a public health installation.
Derek, I had a quick question. Is there a limit or regulation on using this water out of this well at this level for irrigation in Massachusetts?
Typically the ground application levels are regulated under a different program. I'm not fully versed in those regulations. Typically that water is a higher level of concern when it comes to direct discharge. So the PFAS levels are more in line with a concern from a health perspective rather than an environmental perspective.
All right. So at this point, there's no regulation or reason that the water quality coming out of this well could not be used for irrigation currently.
I don't want to specifically answer that. All I can tell you is at least the water that will come out of the pilot that's being proposed under this project will not be a concern from an irrigation perspective.
Okay. How about the current discharge from the well?
I don't believe this is running a well with PFAS to the ground as a maintenance activity for a water system is fairly typical. While the regulators in the state typically don't want to move PFAS around as best they can, it is required for the water district to take samples periodically per their permitted withdrawal of the well. But these regulations change very fast, and I'm a potable water drinking expert, so I don't want to comment outside of my typical field.
All right. So is somebody there at Ty and Bond, can they just respond quickly that the current activity of just discharging the well water over ground is currently allowed by Mass DEP as you are currently doing it?
I don't believe the water district's running the well, if that's the question.
Well, I guess there's just a lot of concern and use of terms of contaminated water and things like that. And if the activity currently is allowed by DEP and is regulated by DEP, I don't think we should be using that terminology. I mean, all we're doing is maintaining the well, and we're testing the water for a filtration system to try to get it from current level to drinking limit level. So my question was, can you currently discharge the water onto the ground?
This is Lou Thorocco with Time Bond. The drinking water program does provide authorization to water suppliers to run their well to ground for the purposes of taking samples and running pilots. So those activities do go through their office, and they do provide that authorization.
Okay, so DEP is basically already authorized the running of the well water over ground and discharging it as you're planning to in the updated plan.
Yes, they have reviewed the proposed pilot. Yep.
From a public health perspective, they they approved operating that well at full capacity to get as much representative data as possible, but to reduce the amount of water run to the ground, we came up with a compromise to reduce it to that small of volume.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Jack Brush has his hand up.
Yeah, hi.
Thank you, Jack.
Hello?
Name and address, Jack
Please
Brush.
proceed, name and address.
Yeah, I was given it, 100 Royal Fern here in the Woodlands. I've walked down in that area a lot. And I guess my curiosity is, how is the tank actually going to get there? It's a real tight area as you go through I'll call it the neighborhood, you know, down around the buildings where we have all of our cars parked. Then going over the hump and getting down into the area where the actual, you know, water department facility is. What are we going to have to do, or if anything, you know, and what's going to happen? What kind of a vehicle is delivering this tank? Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Somebody from applicant.
It's basically, it's like
represent
a tractor trailer that would deliver this truck, this tank.
Have you seen, I'm assuming you've walked all down and through there, and
Yep.
you know, is everything going to be able to stay as we have it now, or are you going to have to move some of our kayaks and everything else down in there?
No, the access road, is clear to the pump station. So, yeah, yes, it is tight, but they have clear access to be able to get a truck in to the pump station.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, Jack?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Ginny Loduca, name and address. You have to unmute.
Jenny, you're on,
yourself,
you're
Ginny.
still on mute, yeah. Hey, Jenny, while you figure that out, we'll come back to, oh, there you
No,
go, awesome.
Just had to hit the right button. Yes, Ginny
you go.
Loduca, 24 Wintergreen Court, part of the Woodlands. The back part of my unit overlooks the discharge area where that hose went down. And I will tell you, it goes right into a little area that one of my neighbors called a ravine that fills up periodically with rainwater and overflows right into the lake. That's my first thing. And when the hose was being discharged, it was filling up very quick. My second question is, what is the impact to the environment, the beautiful environment down there? If you're going to put up fencing and all this truck, there are blue heron, all kinds of wildfowl, all kinds of animals down there, and fish. And that's a serious question as far as I'm concerned, let alone the noise pollution that can happen from all this machinery and everything else. My next door neighbor, her driveway directly abuts that access road. It's not very wide. That's just my comment. I don't know if anybody can answer that. What's the impact to the environment? Has that been considered? You're putting fencing and heavy trucking down there?
Well, the fencing would be temporary, as I understand it, and of course, the order of conditions would manage to that. And this hearing is about understanding the impact to the environment and ensuring that that does not adversely affect the wetlands. So,
okay,
that's what this is all about.
Well, thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Renee with her hand up.
Hello, this is
Hi,
Renee
Renee.
Emke. Hi, it's me again, 6 Iris Court. The previous discussion about the discharge made me think of a follow-up question. Is DEP aware of the PFAS level in the lake? I believe it was tested at 37.8. Just that they're aware there's going to be discharge for a well, but I just want to make sure they're aware of the level of PFAS already known to exist in the well. And a side comment, I know in addition to PFAS and drinking water, which is, you know, very much underway as far as being regulated, I believe the EPA is also now beginning to look at wastewater, looking at PFAS and wastewater. So in the future, I imagine we're going to see more PFAS regulations downstream. But my initial question was around iron and manganese. I believe this well was initially closed way back when due to high iron and manganese levels. And I saw on the plan that those will be passed through, you know, a column to remove that. I don't know if there's testing after that column as well before it goes into the PFAS removal media, because I've been told that manganese in particular can reduce the capacity of the media used to remove PFAS. So it would be much less efficient, and you might see that media saturate sooner than you expect if the manganese isn't reduced to an appropriate level, which would mean the discharge, you know, getting 2-week turnaround of PFAS results. We could be looking at discharge of water that has higher than desired and expected level of PFAS. And I'll stop there.
I think we're looking for somebody from Time Bond or the Lunenburg Water District to answer that.
What was this?
Derek.
What was the
Derek,
specific? What was the specific question? in
I
there?
think the question is basically, Derek, like, you know, just explain, you know, what the iron and manganese levels will be coming out of the, you know, out of the filter columns and prior to the PFAS.
Yeah. So yes, that is, you were correct that the well was originally taken offline due to high manganese concentrations. The intent is for the upfront filters, so there'll be 2 filters, one to remove iron and one to remove manganese. The intent is to meet the secondary maximum contaminant level of 0.3 milligrams per liter of iron or 0.05 milligrams per liter of manganese at the worst case scenario. But our intention is to make the water completely free of iron and manganese ahead of PFAS filtration. As you mentioned, any iron and manganese in the water ahead of the PFAS filtration will be taken out in the actual PFAS filters. This will not interact directly with the treatment of the PFAS, but it will create a head loss through that filter. So over time, those small pumps in the frac tank will just, you know, the flow through the filters will slow down a little bit if there's iron and manganese accumulation. So it's not necessarily an impact to the treatment system, but it may cause a little bit of extra filter binding. But our intention is with the iron and manganese filtration ahead of this PFAS filter to remove any of that those metals before it goes through the secondary treatment.
So can I
Thank you,
ask,
Derek.
will the
Yes, Renee?
iron and manganese be tested? The levels, you know, after going through that process, is that included in the testing
Yes.
plan too? or
Yeah.
just
So that's
PFAS?
actually one of the more complicating. That's one of the reasons why we have to do this, is because the Mass DEP requires sizing of any treatment systems with a pilot study. So for a full scale treatment system, we're using this iron and manganese pilot to predict how large a full scale system would be. So there's a whole testing program specifically around the iron and manganese treatment itself. So it's almost 2 pilots. There's a PFAS pilot and an iron and manganese that are combined. So we'll absolutely be testing the iron and manganese from the well directly, and then as well what's coming out of the pre-filters before it goes into the PFAS treatment.
And is that also a 2-week turnaround for those test results?
No, those are field measurements.
Okay.
Those are something you would do with like a little kit, and you'd get them in seconds. So those are very, very, and then they usually have online turbidity meters, which tells you just I think it correlates the particles in the water. And as you have more turbidity in the water, it's more likely that you have iron and manganese. So they'll have online continuous analyzings for turbidity downstream of those filters.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask, just the initial comment I had that came around the discussion of DEP saying it's okay to discharge well water onto land. Is DEP aware of the PFAS level in the Hickory Hills well? Because it exceeds their drinking water standard.
That's a good question. I would be looking for Lunenburg Water District or somebody from Time Bond to answer that.
I know we met with Mass DEP with regard to the well and the lake, and any perceived impacts. between the two, and they're aware of the pumping report and the way the well was permitted. So I believe that discussion had happened with DEP. But I don't
think
I
the
know
pumping
there's
report has the PFAS.
The actual levels were submitted with our pilot report that they reviewed, so they have it in writing what the levels are. Yes,
And those levels were 37.8 or what?
correct. Yeah, that's what was provided.
That was a good question, Renee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have next, Rich?
Joan, please.
Joan Pease, 11 Winter Green Court. There's a lot of talk about the discharge, and I think things are getting mixed up at times. First of all, I believe that Ty and Bond said that the DEP is not aware of their modified pilot. They have not submitted the modified pilot to DEP. Is that correct? The one that was presented tonight has not been submitted to DEP.
that is correct.
I believe the question
Okay,
was
so-
about the submission that we made on the notice of intent.
Right. The only change is the discharge location. So the pilot design that we've been talking about is based on DP requirements.
Right, but the plan that was submitted to DEP was using the dry well, correct?
That's correct.
And so DEP has not seen the new plan of releasing over the land. I assume that would have,
There's two offices of DEP. The drinking water section has reviewed reviewed a pilot study with proposals to go overland.
yes, well, they're concerned with the drinking water. I'm concerned with the environment here. So I would be concerned with the environmental impact of discharging over land. And DEP is very compartmentalized, as I'm sure you're aware. I'm also concerned, and I don't feel we got a good answer to how often is this effluent going to be tested? And what safeguards can we have that the effluent will not pollute not only the land, not only the ravine and the wetlands there, but also into the lake? The historical 200 gallon per minute discharge for months or weeks at a time, several years, many years actually, only stopped because Hickory Hills landowners had their attorney write a cease and desist letter to the water district telling them to stop polluting the lake. And so that was the reason that the water district stopped releasing that huge discharge, which drained into the lake and polluted the soil in that area. And I do not think it's unreasonable to ask to have the soil in the drainage area tested compared to any other place you want on the easement to see if the background levels and the soil under the drainage area happens to be contaminated. But I do want to make sure that we are clear that DEP has not, all the appropriate branches of DEP have not seen the new pilot program that we just got tonight with the release over the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Who's next?
Jack and Ann Denny Brown.
Welcome back, Jack and Ann.
We on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did we lose them? Oh, there you are.
Okay, yeah,
15 Winter Green Court.
Jack Denny Brown, 15 Winter Green Court. I wondered if the landowners and the Lunenburg public are going to be informed on a regular basis of the performance of the filter. Or are we going to have to wait for the full 8 months or what have you to find out how it went?
I'd like to know during the trial.
During the trial, will we be informed as the numbers come in?
Okay, that's a question I would look to Time Bond or Lunenburg Water
I believe
District
this question
to,
came up
address.
at the last hearing, and we, I believe we committed to providing regular updates through the water district on the status of the pilot.
How often would such statements come out?
Well, we'd have to see how, how the pilot progresses. It wouldn't be any less frequent than monthly.
So time bond is,
I mean, remember,
Yeah, hang
as
on.
Eric
Yeah, that-
explained, we have a whole protocol of sampling that we take as part of this. And it takes a while to get the results in, and then we have to correlate the results and provide updates. And so, we certainly can provide updates to the water district as as the pilot progresses. When we see significant results.
and so then I think,
But it's not gonna
It
be,
would
it's not
be,
gonna, I don't want anybody to think tonight that, we'll be providing weekly updates because we're just not gonna be able to get, not gonna be getting information.
right,
Will these results be accessible to the public, or would it just be the water district?
that's,
Madam Chair?
yeah, the water district would have to answer that question.
Madam Chair, if I could answer that, Mark Bursch, Chairman. I would
you,
say,
Mark.
I would probably put that, the water superintendent would work together with Ty and Bond to gather the information that they would have for, our normally scheduled meetings that we have, which are, basically, they're all posted. They're all, recorded, for rebroadcast. And, I myself would make it a point to attend maybe a select board or two meeting in this process to keep the board of selectmen and the rest of the community that doesn't watch our meetings up to date.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Jack or Ann?
No, thank you.
Andy Stavasky.
Hi, Andy, name and address, please. Oh, did we lose Andy?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Andrew Starvasky,
Okay.
8 Wintergreen Court. I apologize, I had to step away while some of this discussion was going on. So if my question's already been asked, I apologize and I'll rescind it. But at the previous meeting, we notified the Lunenburg Water District and Ty and Bond that the Woodland residents did not get a copy of the NOI. And there was, for whatever reasons. Since then, I still have not received formal notification of this NOI. Has Ty and Bond tried to resubmit the NOI to this community?
That was answered early on, Andy.
Okay, thank you. I'll
and,
go back to the notes then. I don't want to extend this meeting.
It was answered by Mark Bursch, who's chairman of the Water District Commission, and he said no, that they had made no further attempt other than in the initial filing. Mark, feel free to correct me if I've mischaracterized that.
I'd like to ask why
Okay.
there was no further attempt to notify the landowners and the abutters.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mark.
even upon the requirement, I believe, just a show of the population on this meeting tonight, that everybody is well aware of the situation at hand.
I think that's a big leap of faith there. We've told you that this community has not been notified. And I don't understand why the Water District or Ty and Bond would then not officially notify us. I'm dumbfounded by that, Mr. Burch.
As far as I know, all of the notification is done, Madam Chair, that was required by law from the Water District standpoint.
So, Andy, your commentary is noted.
Yeah,
and I appreciate you bringing that up, but we need to keep this meeting on track. So thank you for that. Do you have any further questions?
No, not at this moment. That's amazing.
Thank you. Rich, do we have any other?
I have no further hands up from the public, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to revert back to the Conservation Commissioners. You've heard the public comment and the responses. There were a lot of good questions in there. Do we have any other questions or comments by the Conservation Commissioners?
I see no hands at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, everybody's probably trying to absorb all of the information. Oh, I'm looking for somebody to make a motion. And I think at the very least, we want to see updates to the letter that was pilot's detailed summary request to the Conservation Commission for 6/21. There were a couple of after the fact kind of updates that need to be captured in that letter at the very least. But I am looking for somebody to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I guess I would ask the applicant, given the concerns voiced today by some of the residents, if they are still, if we go forward, if they are still intending to leave their application as submitted. I mean, I myself, there are 40 some odd participants. There were more than that at the last meeting, including the proclaimed chairwoman of the Woodlands. It also was properly notified in the paper. They did, according to Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Wetlands Protection Act, they did use the provided assessor's most up-to-date records. So they did do, by the letter of the law, the proper notification of abutters. So I just want to make sure that they are comfortable moving forward at this time.
I don't see anybody unmuting to respond to that.
I believe, I don't know if Mark or Fran from the Water District, I think probably appropriate more that they respond.
That's what I believe is true.
Through you, Madam Chair, and actually just to you, Tom, if you feel there is anything that we need to correct on this application, that would make it more complete in your mind. If not, then I'm okay if you feel that the application is complete.
Yeah, I believe the application is complete, and I believe what Madam Chair is referring to, that would some of these additional clarifications or whatever, if that could be included as part of the order of conditions. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
I would agree.
Yeah, that is correct, but I think, Rich, I don't know if I'm reading too much into what you had picked up on. In the NOI, it did seem like there were, and as you know, kind of pointed out to us by trustee of the Woodlands, the property owner on the NOI is not identified, and there's a signature there that maybe isn't the appropriate signature there for the property owner. I'm thinking that we want, you know, whatever is the decision of the Conservation Commission, we want that to be binding, right? So we want to make certain that I's are dotted and T's are crossed. But you're the applicant, so no else.
We do have a couple hands, Madam Chair. Fran McNamara from the Water District.
Yeah, I just
thank you, Rich. Fran.
Yep. Just on the easement. The easement was passed on, and it was confirmed that we had the authority to apply for the NOI. So I think we're looking further into this than what we need to. I think the easement was pretty clear that it was in our jurisdiction to do whatever we need to do for public water supply.
Thank you, Fran.
Don't know that's, thank you, Fran.
Anna Petrie?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that I had made sure to check through that application. I didn't see that there was no presence of like the property owner information and signature. And I just wanted to make sure with the DEP, with that application process as well, that since the water district does have an easement on that property, they are not required to list the property owner or have a signature because it falls within their easement. And I confirmed that with the DEP, just making sure they had completed everything for that submission. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Anna.
Thank you, Anna. Joan Pease?
Thank you. It does not say on the form, if you have an easement, this is an optional area. It says, if you are not the property owner, period, the end. I believe that some of the DEP requirements for the NOI are established to make sure that abutters and owners are notified. If we had been asked for a signature under signature of property owner, we know that we must give it. We know that the easement requires us to give it. And I think that is where the difference is. The easement requires us to give it, not that it means that we don't have to be included in the process. It is private property and we do own the property. We feel that all along in this process, there have been numerous times when the water district could have, and Ty and Bond could have chosen to notify us, all the way down to putting the wrong page and number for a deed to a pool club as the site of the location of the project. And this type of public interaction is not the intent of the NOI. The intent of the NOI is to notify abutters, to notify owners, to include everyone in the process so it becomes seamless. In this case, I do feel that that did not happen. And I feel that on several requests along the way for it to happen were ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, back to my commissioners. We need to move this forward one way or the other. So Rich, I'm going to go around the commission and take a straw poll, right, and ask folks if they feel like there are any grounds of concern and what if any of those are, if they feel like anything's missing or if there are additional steps or they are willing to make a motion to proceed. Rich, I'm going to start with you.
Madam Chair, at this point, I am in favor of the pilot study. I do request, well, they do have to notify the office when the erosion protections are in place prior to starting the project. The only thing I would ask is that the water department personnel just provide us with a brief written report weekly on the state of the erosion protection at the discharge. I do believe they did state that they're going to be on site daily. So I just want to make sure that that erosion protection is viable and in place at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Go to Mike LaRoche.
Yes, Madam Chair. I go along with my colleague. I'm just befuddled about the NOI itself. does that not need to be corrected for us to move forward? It sounds like we do not, because the easement is the same, whether it's in the woodlands or at this pool area on Northfield Road. I just can't seem to get my head around that. Is it the same, or does it matter, or do we require the applicant to make changes in the NOI in order for us to go forward?
Good questions. I would think at the very least, the applicant would need to update I think they're gonna, in my opinion, would have to update the NOI. Nothing else, update it to reflect where the discharge is gonna be now. And I would think if you have to correct that anyway, you would want to correct the deed information. And it sounds like Anna has spoken to the DEP, and Anna, let me know if I'm mischaracterizing this. And they said that because the water district has the easement, they do not need to fill out the property owner in the NOI.
You're correct.
Rich Tremblay, what are your thoughts?
If the paperwork is accurate, then I am in favor of moving the project forward. The guidelines that were given by Mr. Birch.
Thank you. Katie Childs?
At this point, I'd be in favor of the project moving forward.
Thank you, Katie. I got everybody. Except for myself. So, yeah, so I would be in favor of moving the project forward with all of the controls that Rich noted, an updated letter, one that had been submitted for this meeting. And I would. And Rich, does the process require that the DEP be notified? It seems like they would for change in discharge, or if there was information incorrect on the NOI, like I choose to believe the best of people, an error in the deed information. But it seems like that process would drive an update to the NOI.
Yeah, generally, it would be at our discretion. Speaking personally, the discharge, whether it went into a 4-foot hole or overground into the lake, is still getting into the lake. I don't think the premise of the project is changing. At this point, neither DEP, our agent, or any of us noted or needed the information for the easement. I just looked it up at the Fitchburg deeds myself, so I was able to access it without any issues at all. If it was a concern, we could certainly ask for an amended application page with an update to the data that was found to be incorrect. Though again, at this point, I don't think it would have had any bearing on the process of the hearings or the testimony given. So, and again, that's my personal opinion, but I don't think it would have changed anything moving forward.
Yeah, I also don't think it would change anything moving forward, but I am also thinking about the procedural irregularities sometimes set us up for a repeat. So I'd like to make certain that we do our due diligence with regard to that.
Yeah, we can certainly, as a condition, ask for an amendment to their application or an addendum with the correct information.
So I'm looking for a motion to approve this NOI with orders of conditions that that the Conservation Office is notified when the erosion protection is put in place. And that's prior to starting the project, that we get weekly updates confirming the erosion status of the erosion protection. That there be a amended NOI application to correct the discharge and also the deed info. And then I would also, before we start the project, ensure that that last letter submitted to Conservation Commission is updated with the information that came in after the submittal of the letter, as articulated tonight by Mr. Tom Mahana.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so Rich Bursch for the original movement and Katie Childs for the second. Do a roll call vote. Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Rich Bursch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and I for myself. To approve this NOI. Now, yeah, we already have a DEP number for it, don't we?
Yep.
So we can approve it. Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Ms. Pease.
I just ask that no work be started for the waiting period, as we do plan to appeal this. It's my understanding that there is a waiting period during which the applicant cannot begin work and also cannot claim approval for any other documents until the waiting period's up for our appeal.
Okay. Rich probably knows more about the proceedings here than I do. I'm still the newbie on the block. Is that consistent with your understanding, Rich? In terms
Yes,
of
yeah, I believe that no work can start until the end of the 10, I believe it's a 10-day appeals period.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank
Has
you,
his
Ms.
hand up?
Pease. Mark, yes.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, your co-chair mentioned a little bit of the process. Would he be willing to kind of walk us through the full appeal process so all of the timelines are understood?
I believe any interested party, which an abutter is an interested party, has 10 days to file an appeal with DEP.
Okay.
At which time you'll be notified if they do file a DEP, and then they will investigate the application and the findings and issue a decision on the appeal. Either they'll deny the appeal or they'll approve the appeal and possibly write a superseding order of conditions, or they may just ask that you reapply.
And from your standpoint, is there any timeline that DEP has to respond to an appeal?
At their leisure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And I'm going to turn the chairmanship back over to Bob Pease.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I am not the host, so Rich, you have that gavel. I'll let you manage it at your disposal.
Bob is now the host. Of course, he's still muted, so we don't have to hear him yet.
Aha. There are blessings.
Look at that. Thank you so much. We now move on to new business. Update on Timber Rights Fund. I don't have any updates. I suggest, given that it's 11 o'clock, we table the definition of rivers to a future meeting.
Sounds great.
Super. We sometimes have trouble with quorums in the summertime for summer meetings. And I was wondering if any of the members knew of times when they would be not available for meetings during the months of July and August.
I will definitely not be available on July 19th. I will be out of the country.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. It sounds like she should be able to successfully hold meetings all summer long.
As long as Starlink works in Newfoundland, you should be good to go.
Okay.
That should be good to go.
What, Mr. Chairman, if I might ask, what happens if we don't have a quorum? I mean, we
And
can't
we don't hold
the
a meeting.
but then what happens to applications that then might, would we have applications in that might go
Well,
over
we
the 21 day?
risk constructive approval if we don't hold the hearing within 21 days of when they submitted.
And Mr. Chairman, when are you unavailable? I think you're going to be away for an
I'm going to
extended
be,
period.
I
in
will
summer.
not be available for either meeting in July.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else on that? Anna, would you like to tell us about your workshop that you attended on Thursday about wetland delineation and any resources you might need to be able to successfully delineate wetlands?
Sure. So on last Thursday, I went and did delineation training actually at the Westboro headquarters, the Mass Wildlife headquarters. The DEP was holding a free course for delineation. So the first half of the day was classroom, a lot of presentations in regards to plant ID, soil ID, and also just some updates in regards to just some delineation and forms that are filled out for the office in general. And the second half was all field work, and it was amazing getting outside and, doing all the plant ID and a lot of soil testing and kind of seeing, and also looking at plans and kind of looking at how plans sketch out like the delineation. So consultants that do delineation, they kind of told us different signs and things to look out for in the conservation office if, the delineation like lines look a little weird, things of that sort. I think I benefited from this a lot, especially with soils. I'm definitely more of a plant person, but did not have a whole lot of hold on soils. So this was a great workshop for that. So I think this office and myself could definitely benefit from an auger. We have the soil testing book in the office, which is very nice and useful, but you kind of need a nice auger to dig into the soil so you can see all those nice hydric soils layers.
So Anna, is there anything the commission can do to help you obtain an auger? To me, that's something that seems to me like that should come out of the office budget.
Yeah, I mean, it could be under the accounts for like office supplies.
Yep.
As well. I guess if there needs to be any sort of approval for me to go ahead and purchase an auger and use from the office supplies accounts. So we can test some soils at different sites.
All right, well, I certainly will stop by and personally lobby Adam Burney to approve the purchase of the most deluxe and best soil auger money can buy, which is probably less than $200. And I certainly think they should be able to spring for that. So thank you. I would like to at this time resign as chair and open the floor for nominations for officers and re-elect a new slate of officers. And I would like to nominate Mary Wilson as chair.
Second.
Are there any further nominations? I'd like to take a roll call vote. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yay.
Yay.
Richard.
I as well.
And I for myself. I'd like to open the floor for nominations for vice chair.
I'd nominate Bob Pease for vice chair.
I second.
Okay, are there any further nominations? Roll call. Rich.
Aye.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff's not here. Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
I for myself. And I'd like to open the floor for nominations for clerk. Our present clerk is Rich Tremblay.
I nominate Rich Tremblay to continue as clerk.
I
I'm
second.
sure he's
Second.
weighted down by the responsibility. Mike LaRouche has seconded. Roll call vote. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
And I for myself. I've had fairly extensive conversations with Mary about supporting her as the former chair. As we probably all know, Mary has a fairly demanding job that keeps her pretty busy during the normal workday. And it's my intention to continue doing a lot of the outreach and stuff that would normally be done by the chairman, you know, with people in the office where you have to walk in and sit down and talk with them kind of thing. I am going to ask tonight for a motion to authorize me to continue to be our liaison to the town attorney.
So move.
Second.
Roll call. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
And I for myself. I don't think I need a motion or anything, but I would just mention that I'll be reaching out later in the summer to Julie Bellevue about what do we have to do through the procurement process to hire an engineer to implement our grant. You know, we got an $80,000, it's an $80,000 spend. I'm quite sure there's going to be some procurement hoops that we're going to have to jump through to make sure that it's a fair and honest process, you know, resulting in the very best engineers. But I don't feel the need for a motion as we go forward. As you all know, from time to time, I have asked in the past for, you know, votes of authorization for me to go off and do things, you know, and as so long as I'm not stepping on Mary's toes, I'll continue to do those, ask for those authorizations, you know, when I feel it's
I
appropriate.
appreciate that level of support.
And
Thank you, Bob.
And to you know, and always with the thought that Mary is the chair, I'm not the chair anymore, but I'm just going to try to be helpful and supportive and continue to really focus on improving our conservation linked properties. So
Thank you, Bob.
And I'm gonna chair to the rest of the end of this meeting, if that's okay, Mary.
Thank you, Bob.
Mary,
May I
do you
ask
like-
a question before you move on?
absolutely.
How do we get the new officers updated on the webpage for the Lunenburg Conservation Commission?
Well,
Ask.
just ask. And I'll
Okay,
take,
who do we
Yeah.
ask?
I'll take care of it for you. You
Okay,
ask
thank
Adam
you.
Byrne.
Okay,
At least in the past, we asked Adam Burney. It could be now they hired a new person, because they're changing to a new website thing. And it could be we now have to reach out to the, but I will research that and let you know.
well, and I would say too, right, I think when we go over July, the end of June, we're gonna be missing Katie Childs from our ranks. And she's been a great support, but we'll also be gaining, I think, Chris St. Germain. So we might as well wait until that happens so that we can do all those changes at once.
Yep. And that's what I'd be doing, was asking for effective July 1st. Please know, Mary, in case you didn't, that Chris St. Germain can't participate in any of the continued hearings.
I believe I recall that from the coursework, but thank you for bringing it up again.
Yeah, because, which sometimes, even if he was there, he can't participate, so,
He's not.
So, Mary has a press release about the, are receiving the grant, and I've suggested to her that she send it to the Lunenburg Ledger and forward it to the select board. Because I haven't seen anything about it in the town manager's report so far when I've been watching the select board meetings. And so, I mean, it's good news. It's a lot of money. And I think we should, and I think we should communicate clearly to the public, our future plans for, with these 3 projects, so. Are we prepared tonight to talk about the first refusal on Lot 4 Leominster Road? Or do we want to table that?
I think we need to table that. Yeah, because that came up in the open space committee meeting, and we didn't have a quorum. It was me, Brandon, and Anna. We had a lively discussion. Brandon was a little not enthusiastic about it, but not because it's a horrible idea, but he feels like even if the town wanted to proceed, that likely the applicant would make it very hard for us to, because the applicant, he felt like feels like they're going to gain a lot more than they would lose in that endeavor. Anna wanted to ask the select board, I think the procedure is to determine how much it would take to get that assessed, because there wasn't actually an offer made on that property yet. So what Brandon thought would, or advised would be the appropriate procedure, is that the town would have to get an assessment. He said those assessments, because it would have to go through a lot of hearings and whatnot, would probably cost about $4,000 to $5,000 is what he thought. He thought the value of the property most likely would be valued low, because it's, back parcel is not really accessible, et cetera, but still, even assessing it low, he said, you're still probably going to end up at $60,000 or something like that. Anyway, he wasn't optimistic, and he was concerned about using a lot of town resources to go after something that at the end might not achieve a lot. Anna was a lot more enthusiastic on the endeavor, particularly protecting a portion of Catacootamog. She's real enthusiastic about protecting the major streams and tributaries that feed into our lakes, as am I. And I, have not been through any of these processes yet, so I take Brandon's advice on face value. I think he's been around the block a lot more. I think he works perhaps in that area as well. But I don't think we're in a position to really vote on it or move forward. That's my thought. I actually am not certain if it would be appropriate for us to take action or take a vote on it without kind of hearing from the Open Space Committee. But again, I'm kind of the novice in the room, so would rely on, those of you that understand the appropriate proceedings more than me.
My comment is I was prepared to last week hold a vote to recommend not acquiring the land. I deferred because of Mary's, thoughts about greenways and stuff like that. I'm still prepared to make a vote to not acquire the land, but I'm only one member. It seems like there's a larger parcel that this land under Chapter 61 is one small part of a larger deed. It does not have a separate deed. And it does not meet, I think I shared I sent out right after the last meeting, the criteria, for open space. I don't think it meets the criteria that open space would use. And there's quite a bit involved in acquiring parcels, and you're asking the town to expend money. You have to take and form a committee. Usually when we acquire parcels, it's with a willing seller. The seller usually has approached us, that's not the case here. The seller hopes to subdivide it and make 5 lots. So, those are just my thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, the open space acquisition criteria, Brandon did bring up that this is along a scenic view. That section of the road is a scenic view. He felt like because that doesn't have a current ACEC, that it doesn't rank in terms of wildlife habitat importance. And he was a co-author of the open space criteria. So maybe he knows better than me in that particular area. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up as a clarification, and we did distribute the open space acquisition criteria out to the group for consideration.
Thank you, Mary. And I would also point out that the Catacootamog Brook down there, that is the part of the scenic view and stuff. It is very pretty through there. Every time I drive by, I look over and I see that beaver dam that's degraded over there. But that's all protected. They can't do it. No one can do anything in there to begin with. It's a resource area, and it is protected. So, but it doesn't sound like anybody else has any opinions here about it. And so with that, I'm going to move on and leave it to the next chair to worry about.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Updates and any encroachment issues at these 3 things. We'll use this opportunity to talk about my visit with the town attorney today. I talked about three things with the town attorney today. One, Chase Road. We've not heard from Chase Road. We sent them a pre-litigation letter saying that the next step would be litigation. They never responded. The town attorney pointed out in the letter that when these people purchased the property, the seller disclosed that it had a shed associated with the property that was not on that was on an abutters, that was on town land, and that it was up to the buyers, to address that, encroachment onto the town land. And so contrary to his usual practice, the town attorney is prepared to move forward with litigation here, if so authorized, without, conducting a survey or doing any of those other things that he usually looks for. And so I'm looking for authorization, a vote to authorize me to write a letter and ask to appear on the select board's agenda, or Mary, if she wants to do it, sometime in, if I do, it'll be sometime in August. And if Mary does it, it could be in July, requesting authorization, to proceed with litigation against these people for encroachment.
I would prefer you do it, and I'd like to be there.
Okay.
So that I'm in training, right?
So I'm looking for a vote to authorize Mary and I to approach the select board sometime in August, at one of their August meetings, to request authorization for litigation.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Rich.
Aye.
Katie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Mary.
Aye.
Richard.
Aye.
And I for myself. The second thing he and I, the town attorney and I discussed today, was researching the deeds for the lands that we'd like to acquire through the tax lien process. And I thought he had been authorized to proceed with them linearly, one at a time. He hadn't received a definitive email to that effect from the town manager, and he was going to see her later this afternoon after he met with me, and trying to obtain that from him and from her, that authorization from her. And so I'll be following up on that. And the last thing I discussed with him is that when I met with him last month, I asked him to take and write me a memorandum describing the process. If in theory, we've been told we're going to get a bequest from the Sean Kelly estate, and that it should be a substantial sum of money, sometime in the next year or so. And I said I was looking for him to take, and I copied the town manager on this, on a description of, like, who would control that money, how is it, what would be the process, for where the money would be, and how it gets spent. And he said, as far as he knew, we would have to take and decide how we want to spend it, but then we would need to go to the select board, to seek their permission to spend it. So so I asked him to put all that in writing, and he actually had forgotten all about it because he sent it off to one of his associates who's more of an expert in that. And the associate had never responded to him, and he had forgotten all about it, because he had dribbled the ball to someone else and was expecting to come bouncing back, and it had never come bouncing back. So he's following up on that. So those are the three things that the town attorney and I discussed today. And just like that, in the future, if I'm going to go and talk with things about the town attorney, I'll let the commission know, to the maximum extent possible, about what the questions are, and what the responses were. Any update on maintenance work at the Hollis Road, Mike?
Just want to remind everyone that the Pollinator Habitat is having their open house on Saturday from 10 to noon. And there are a lot of special programs happening. I think kids have some special things as well. And that we're moving forward next week on working on that rain barrel project that we have planned in the back of the shed, installing some donated gutters and downspouts and a rain barrel to collect water, as I know we're going to get some rain shortly. And also just a reminder for people in general, go see the Mount Laurel at Peabody Trails. And I'm assuming there's Mount Laurel at some of our other trails here in Lunenburg. It's just beautiful. So.
Northwest Forest has been phenomenal.
Okay.
And it's phenomenal on the Lane property and it's especially out in Largetown Forest.
I look forward to doing more hiking this weekend.
Okay. You better hurry. It's almost getting ready to be past peak. So
you're right.
Anna, we have an extension or request of permit for 90 Hemlock Drive.
Yes, so the applicants, I saw that they were here on the call, Bill and June Hudson.
I think June is still there with us.
Hello.
Hi, June.
Hi, how are you?
Marvelous.
Bill and I here.
Dipping our heads.
Yeah, we're falling asleep. We basically would like an extension. Between COVID and the tax issue and everything else, and trying to line up a contractor to finish the walkway. And then we have to just get the engineer to update the plan to submit to you guys. So are you guys there? Oh, you almost looked frozen there. So that's basically why we need an extension. If Bill wants to expound on that.
No, I'm good.
Are you sure, Anna? I know a lot of things were automatically extended during COVID. If this is a 3-year-old order of conditions, it seems to me it would have been extended unless I missed something here.
I had asked Anna and she confirmed that it would not be, because I did ask that question.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, I went, there's like an Excel sheet that kind of calculates it. So I put it in, it just missed it. So unfortunately.
Okay, good to know. Is there any questions or comments from members of the commission?
Just to confirm, it has not expired as of yet, Anna.
No, it hasn't. The expiration is July 1st.
Okay.
I'm looking for a motion to extend this, for, how long are you looking for an extension?
I don't know, 6 months? I mean,
How about a year?
a year? Okay, that's.
Sounds good.
I'm looking for a motion to extend the certificate of compliance for a year.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Order of conditions,
All right.
Bob.
Roll call, Rich.
Order of conditions, Bob.
Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you, Richard.
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you
a good
very
e-
much.
Have a good evening.
Oh, that went south a long time ago. All right, violations. I don't think we have to do anything with violations. The Howard Street driveway, I should go up and look. They're gonna hire, not Richard Proctor, not Danny Proctor, some other Proctor. not Robert Proctor, I think Richard Proctor, to put in the Howard Street driveway. I reached out to, Gary Goldrup today, and, they hope to, start cutting, this summer on the Reno property. I don't have anything on conservation land improvements other than I've cut all the lumber to length for the railings on the footbridges by the Mulpus at the Lane property, and I'll be seeking volunteers to go out and help me soon. Any committee report updates? No?
I've already updated you on the open space
Yep.
mission.
Communications, public comment. I have public comment. I would like to thank so much Katie Childs for her years of service on the Conservation Commission. She's always been there when I needed her as chair, and I so appreciate her participation for the last 6 years. It's a huge commitment of time, and I just want to extend my personal thanks to you, Katie.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna miss everyone.
Good
It's
luck,
been-
Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
it's been a long time, but work's getting too tough, so I figured it's time. But you're in good hands, especially now that not that Bob was. He was a great host, but Mary is also going to be a chairwoman coming up. So
Thank you, Katie.
great hands.
I'm gonna miss you.
I'll see you all at Hannaford. I'm there all the time. I see Bob all
Okay.
the time. So
Oh, and the other thing I would just mention is that our new administrative assistant is scheduled to start on July 10th. So
Excellent.
we'll probably start getting minutes after July 10th. And she sounds highly overqualified for the position, based on what I heard at the select board meeting. So any other public comments?
Hey, I did just have one quick comment. Mary had asked what happens if we don't have quorum and we don't have action within the 21 days. We would still move forward. We would continue the hearing and move forward. They would have to appeal it to both DEP and Superior Court to overturn our decision based on a lack of action. So generally, rather than go through that process, they just allow the continuance. But they
Okay,
would have to
excellent.
appeal.
But, and if we have a meeting for a lack of quorum, if we don't have a meeting because of a lack of quorum, they do not have to re-advertise or any other nonsense. Am I right about that, Rich?
That's a good question.
I don't think they do. I think because it's, at least that's what Matt would always tell me, that we didn't need to take, and they did not need to re-advertise because the meeting was canceled because of a lack of quorum.
Yep. Yeah, as long as it was advertised properly initially, I would say I would agree with Matt on that. Yes.
Yep.
And in terms of meeting minutes, would we be required to publish meeting minutes that just basically said no meeting was held due to lack of quorum?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
With that.
Thank you, Rich.
then
That's
I'm
helpful.
asking Katie to make a motion that we adjourn.
so move.
All right.
Second,
All
third.
right. Roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Hi.
Mike,
Aye.
Mary,
Aye.
Richard,
Aye.
and I for myself. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
I wonder if Richard was still in Florida.
All right, Bob.
Good night.